remarks. We have opening remarks from Kirsten, Kirsten Green, our Deputy Director. I'm going to do a quick overview, just to some things that I think you all might be interested in as it goes to the Coastal Management Program updates. We're going to hear about some new rulemaking around shoreline stabilization, which is going to have an impact on most of the coastal jurisdictions. We'll take a short break. Then we'll have some an opportunity to learn a little bit more about Goal 5's cultural area guidance, which is coming down the pike. We'll start our roundtable before lunch. We'll move into a lunch break. And then, Mandy, if you could scroll down to the second page. We'll then jump back into the local government roundtable just after 1 o'clock. We'll learn a little bit about the Coastal Resilience Network, which some of you have probably already been participating in. And then we're going to hear from Michael Moses about our Coastal Resilience Planning Project down on the South Coast. We'll have another short break, and then we'll move into a presentation from Pew and some of the work that they've been doing around estuary management plan updates, and also the opportunities that this presents from a public-private partnership, not just with Pew, but in general, getting jurisdictions to think about that. And then we'll hear from Jenna Hughes, housing planner with the department, on some of the barriers to middle housing development. And that's going to be more of a conversation, and hopefully everyone had a chance to think for a half second on the questions that we sent out yesterday, and then we'll do a follow-up and adjourn. We've condensed this meeting. We know how hard it is to be on these calls for so long. We've got a nice full break for lunch. We've got a couple breaks built in there, but of course, as always, take care of yourselves, whether we're in a room together or online. Just make sure that you're getting what you need. Get up, get a glass of water, visit the loo, whatever needs to happen. We also know that because we're taking up your full day, there's going to be periods of time when you may have to step away. That's fine, of course. But to the extent that you can be here with us today, we certainly appreciate it. The other thing I'm just going to ask is, unless you're struggling with some bandwidth issues, which we all know happen quite often on the coast, if you can keep your cameras on, that would be really helpful. It is a little less necessary during the presentation part of it when we've actually got a PowerPoint up, because we can't see too many folks on the screen at that point. But when we go into conversations or questions and we break out of the PowerPoints, it'd be great if folks can come on screen so that we can have that visual feedback, and that just helps everybody kind of stay connected. So Kirsten, I'm going to hand it off to you and let you start today's meeting for us.
Lisa, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm indeed Kirsten Green. I have the honor and opportunity and responsibility of serving as DLCD's Deputy Director and also Tribal Liaison. And I will give some of Director Bateman's just remarks here, but also I'd like to invite Chief Barrett and Chair Spangler with the leadership of the Credit Tribes of Kusler, Umpqua, and Sayula Indians to say hello and greet us by way of acknowledgement of the First Peoples that have been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Chief or Chair, would you like to just say hello to the group? Thank you for joining us.
Chief, it's all up to you.
Nation Sayula Wanhich. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to all of our territories. I'm having computer issues, so I may have to shut off my video for a while because I'm on my phone until my computer wakes up. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for, I'm interested in Goal 5 mainly to see what's happening with that. So thank you for allowing us to come into this space.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief. Chair Spangler, want to say hello?
Just welcome everybody, and I'm happy to be here. I'm interested in the housing and always for our staff and our tribal members. So I'll just be listening.
Thank you. Very welcome, and so glad. We always feel better when you're in the room. Thank you, and thank you both for your leadership and engagement in offshore wind. I don't think that is on the agenda today, but I can't help but just recognize and thank you for your partnership on that long initiative. So on behalf of Director Bateman, the coast is an incredible place. And, as chief and chair represent, folks have been here for a very long time, living with and working with those precious resources in a very dynamic environment. And Director Bateman being a woman of science, I know is missing being here with you today. She got called away and just asked me to step in, but I do have some of her notes. Um, it's so dynamic, such a unique geography with its own set of ecological and biological issues, and a place that's expected to host and serve all Oregonians and travelers and visitors as they work, play, and bring their own issues and expectations to the coast. So nothing new for each of you who work in this dynamic environment every day. Coastal planners also get all the goals. There's no other forum we speak to that administer all 19 statewide land use planning goals, and we're humbled by the presence of the chief and the chair, because our land use planning program is in an extreme infancy compared to Indigenous time. So 53 years, massive accomplishment, and yet it's still a work in progress. So certainly need everybody here, and I know you're active participants and have been serving on rulemaking advisory committees and other advisory groups and initiatives. So thank you for just always being ready to row together and work together for this precious resource, really global resource. As Director Bateman wrote, if we scramble to keep up with the continued policy adjustments coming from the Oregon legislature, you'll hear about some of those today. We're pleased to report that we have grant programs, guidance documents, technical assistance, and a fantastic core of regional representatives and coastal specialists to help support you with implementation. And I want to recognize in particular Wade Radomski with the South Coast and Brett Bettis with the North Coast. They also sort of, co-represent the Mid-Coast with Brett all the way down to Lincoln County. But just lots of work all the time, and I know that at local governments, folks, this is Kirsten, but I know that with varying dynamics, including property tax limitation, you have a fraction of the resources that you could use to do your work. So just, appreciating the triage that you do every day on behalf of the program and your local governments. So at DLCD, we're also paying, that's right. At DLCD, we're also paying more attention to investing in interagency coordination through state agency coordination work, and also some of the work on the executive orders for climate and resiliency and also energy transmission. Pay very close attention to tribal consultation and coordination and collaboration. Investing in increased GIS, geographic information systems, and data service, and working to modernize our customer service. So we welcome any feedback you have for us. Please feel free to reach out to me, Director Bateman, or Lisa. And with regards to webinars, drop-ins, office hours, guidance documents, please let us know what is needed to support your work, and that is our number one priority. We're really excited about today's conversation and offer the staff and continuing partnership with each of you on the coast. So again, thank you. Lisa, that's it for me. Appreciate the opportunity to help welcome today.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much appreciate you being here. Mandy, I think we're okay going taking off the agenda here for a second. Are there any questions for Deputy Director Green? She's a captive audience. This is your opportunity to ask questions. And you can also chat if you feel more comfortable doing that, and you can always reach out afterwards. But we really are, I had talked to Director Bateman about what some of the things I thought would be useful to hear about today, and that opportunity to find ways that we can continue to get information to you and from you is one that I think remains very important, and that folks here continue to hear from jurisdictions throughout the state, but my area of interest right now is on the coast, and that they're hearing the challenges and the successes that you're having, and it is a two-way street, and we just want to make sure that we're giving you what you need during what's a really, really challenging time in terms of workloads for everybody. So that's what we're here for. You can also, if you think of something later on, Kirsten, how long will you be able to be with us today in case someone comes up with a
Yeah.
question?
Thank you. I'll be on until 11, and
Okay.
my heart will be with you all during the Goal 5 agenda item that Brett will be leading. I'll check the agenda and see if I can sneak back, but really appreciate that. And if I could just say one thing about it right now, Brett, I don't want to steal any of what you're going to be bringing, but that was a very long initiative brought to us by tribal representatives 5 years ago as a gap in Oregon's land use planning system. So that, knitting this back together, I just want to appreciate everyone that's leaning in and getting ordinances and notifications ready for the effective date in January 1, 2027. We will have some additional, we have drop-ins and webinars I know that Brett will let you know of, but please let us know. This is really significant, and just grateful for everyone adding yet another thing to our workload, but I haven't heard anyone say that it's not the right thing to do. So thank you in advance.
Yep, that's great. Thank you. So I'm just going to do a quick update for the OCMP, Oregon Coastal Management Program, which everyone on this screen who works with the local jurisdiction is a party to. We are all the network, but the LCD plays the role as the administrative arm for the Coastal Management Program. And as I look on the screen and in the list of participants, it occurs to me that we might need to do just a half a second about what the Coastal Management Program is. Not everybody may be familiar with it, but I see a lot of new names and faces. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, I am going to call up I've just got talking points so that I don't stray too far, which if you know me, you know that never happens. So let's see here. I think that's it. All righty. So what is it that everybody's saying? Just the PowerPoint itself? Do you see notes or anything?
We
see your
do
notes.
see your notes.
We see
Pardon?
the two.
We see the notes.
Oh,
We
you
see
do?
the two screens. Yeah, it's always
Oh, you
a
do?
conundrum
It
what to
is
show, and
nice.
I can't be of any help. I'm sorry, Lisa, because I'm a
No.
one-screen user.
We're totally fine. There's nothing in the notes that I can't talk to you about anyway. So, I just wanted to let folks know that we have, if you could bear with me, it's weird. I have the entire thing up on screen. All of my staff are rolling their eyes, hit the back of your head, so they roll back forward. So we're just going to go with this. So I'm very happy to say that the program completed the administrative side of the Coastal Management Program and a strategic plan to help us move forward over the next 5 years. And that was based on feedback from you all a couple years ago now. Yep, it took us that long. That we had at a All Coastal Planner Network meeting in person. We talked about the strategic plan and areas that local jurisdictions saw needs that maybe we could help meet. We met with state agencies during that time as well. and took that along with feedback from our leadership and then just sort of the changing dynamics that have happened since we initiated this process, and came up with our strategic plan. And I'm just gonna, I'm happy to send this off to everybody. But we have a lot more detail in what it is that we will use. But this is just to give you an idea of what it looks like and sort of the thought processes that we went through. So we just talked a little bit about what the plan is, what the coastal management program is, because although this is more of an internal document, we also recognize that we've got this opportunity for it to be a tool for outreach. And so we talk about the mission, which we set as Oregon's coastal, to protect Oregon's coastal and ocean resources, to foster livable, resilient communities for present and future generations. We called out a series of values that we heard from you all, as well as what we believe are important to us as a team. And so the networked approach is really important. We value each and every one of you, being deliberative in our decision-making, working with integrity, being transparent, being service-centered, which is really the core of what we do, being resourceful and a resource, collaborative and forward-thinking. So not trying to look beyond today and see what tomorrow holds and what the decisions we make today, the impacts that they can have in the future. And so we identified several key areas of focus that we've developed some strategies around: communications, community engagement, coastal and marine management, data and tools for planning, legislative and policy engagement, federal consistency, and then sustaining the Oregon Coastal Management Program. And so we came up with a series of measurements for success. We have objectives in each of these focus areas. And in some cases, for example, around communications, I could see us reaching out to some of you to ground truth, strategies that we maybe come up with. It's, we can develop the best plan, but if it actually isn't going to help partners, it's really not worth doing. So we may be reaching out to folks to help us create a strong communications platform, for example. And then we've got a number of different ways we looked at community engagement. We have specific objectives built around building and fostering our relationships with tribes, and then also with coastal communities. And while there's a lot of overlap, because relationship building is relationship building, there are also some key places where we identified some additional areas that we know we need to work on to ensure that these relationships are as strong as they can be. And so that's the way the plan's laid out. We've talked a little bit about how we impact the world and our landscape through some of these efforts. We get to go into some detail about, through the action plans, about how we're actually going to roll out things like data, how we're going to make sure that data is coming in both directions for us and you all. This is a little more internal, but this is definitely a place where we would lean on network partners. That's the legislative and policy engagement. One of the things that we've really been trying to place an emphasis on is making sure that the state, and by the state, I don't mean agencies, I mean the legislature, the governor's office, people directing how the state does business, that they are aware of the coastal management program, the value of the coastal management program, and the strength of the network. The coast is a relatively small segment of the state, and yet it is invaluable to the state as a whole. And so just keeping it in the front of folks' minds is important to us. we have a section on federal consistency, which many of you have worked with us on. We've been doing an abundance of work on federal consistency up in Clatsop County this last year. And then how to sustain the program, and we'll talk a little bit about funding in a moment, but how to sustain the administrative side of this, which helps then keep the network functioning as a whole, keeps that coordination component of the network in place. And so just trying to figure out ways to keep the program sustainable in light of federal dynamics, which is always, at the forefront. Sometimes it's more positive than others, but that is definitely a major driver in how coastal management programs around the country are able to continue to do the work that they do. And so I'll send this out to you, but I just wanted to have folks see this document. A lot of work went into it, and I appreciate all the input that we received from you folks early on. It helped us as we were moving through each of these focus areas, really start to narrow down where we feel we can have an impact over the next 5 years, which is the life of this strategic plan. So appreciate.
Interrupt. You weren't showing the document.
What?
That's
Oh,
what
so you all just got to listen to me talk to you?
Yeah, we just got to
Oh.
listen to you talk. I tried to send you a private message, but
Sure. I decided to ignore the chats because I can't do two things at once
Okay.
sometimes.
we'll
So
make sure it gets out to everybody after the meeting. I just wanted you to know.
yeah, I appreciate that. So you know what? I'm just going to keep you all on the screen. Sorry, is everybody just looking at everybody right now?
Yes.
That's my favorite moment in time in these meetings. So I'm just going to have my little agenda over here. You don't need to see it anyway because it wasn't particularly exciting. So now I want to talk to you a little bit about the federal budget update. We were flat funded, which was a huge win for 26, fiscal year 26, which for us will start this July. It took many months to get notice of the actual funding allocations, which we just received last Friday. So we will be submitting our work plan, which is what's necessary for us to get the federal grant through the Coastal Zone Management Act that's overseen by NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And so we have our work plan completed. We'll get that out the door. Flat funding, as everybody knows, is a decrease in funding because unfortunately expenses don't stay flat. It would be lovely if those things would line up together, but they don't. But we are in a good place this year, which is, I feel like I need to knock on every piece of wood that I have surrounding me, but it's a little bit unusual for us, but very happy that we are able to comfortably keep our staffing complement whole and able to engage with folks on all the things they've been working with you to date. Congress is now working on fiscal year 27's budget, which would impact us on July 1st, 2027. We're getting signals right now that in spite of the president's budget, which is just guidance to Congress, it is not, Congress sets the budget, but it does let Congress know what the president's priorities are. In the president's budget, the coastal management program generally was zeroed out, as was Sea Grant, the National Estuarine Research Reserves were all zeroed out in the president's budget. That is not what will play out in the congressional budget, but what we don't know at this point in time is what kind of funding we will see. Right now, we're expecting to continue with flat funding, which would be at the 2024 funding rates. And that's fine. I will take that. But it does start to catch up to us, and we will continue to have challenges if that remains the status quo for an extended period of time. But we don't have any definitives yet. As you know, as Congress moves towards developing budgets, there are a lot of moving pieces, and coastal management programs, just a wee bit of that. But for us, it's an important wee bit. And it's something that we continue to talk to our congressional delegation about. The governor's office has been very supportive in the past of letting the congressional delegation for the state of Oregon know that it supports the coastal management program and the network, which includes all of you folks. And so that's always a nice, that's always nice to have in the forefront of our minds. There's another piece of this that does affect everybody in some way directly. So historically, there has been a pot of money set aside through NOAA for something called projects of special merit. And many of the jurisdictions have been beneficiaries of those projects. It's a $250,000 that for us, we would work in many instances with a local jurisdiction or several and get projects on the ground. And it's been a very successful pot of money for the state of Oregon. I can't think of a time where we haven't had a project of special merit in play if we've submitted an application. Sometimes we submit multiples, and we don't always get funding for multiples, but we've been very successful in getting funding for at least one project each time we've gone out for it. And that pot of money will not be available for the next 2 years. So we actually had been approved back in July, but the award had not been extended. We'd been approved to receive a project of special merit to support Coos Bay's estuary management plan update. That award was pulled and not executed with the state of Oregon. And now there are no projects of special merit that will be going through this fiscal year and next fiscal year. That money has now been distributed. So as opposed to, a number of programs getting a pot of money at $250,000, because I'm sure everybody asked for the full amount. Now that money is being spread across the 34 jurisdictions, and we are receiving somewhere in the vicinity of $40,000 that will just be added to our Section 309 funding, which supports our assessment and strategies, which many of you also played a role in helping us develop this last year, and that goes into effect this summer as well. So that's bad news. Frankly, it's bad news, but I don't think it's permanent. It's just, there are a lot of challenges right now getting contracts out the door at the federal level. And I think that at this juncture, the NOAA made the right move of just taking these dollars, making sure they are still getting out the door, and keeping the opportunities open in 28, 29. So it'll just be something we're gonna play by ear as time goes by. But we do hope to put some of those dollars back onto the ground, and we're just working out how that's gonna happen over the next year. And then the status of the state's coastal non-point pollution control program. So particularly for those of you that are new, back in 2015, EPA disapproved the state's coastal non-point pollution control program, which resulted in penalties to the state which manifested themselves as a 30% reduction to the coastal zone management programs budget and to DEQ's section 319 budget, which is around non-point pollution control. And so voluntary efforts around non-point programs through the Clean Water Act and section 319. So DLCD, DEQ particularly has been handling a great deal of this, but Amanda Ponton, who's on right now, but I can't see her, she has been our lead for the state through this effort. And I'm happy to say that a program was submitted to EPA and NOAA this last late summer. And it is now sitting in EPA's hands. With the government shutdown, that slowed things down quite a bit because while they were shut down, additional work continued to come in. And so they started out very far behind when the government finally reopened. And they are, what the timeline we had hoped for is no longer in play. And so now I think we're looking at a final decision coming out sometime in 28. In between now and then, the federal government will put together its package to go out and decision to go out for public comment. And then it takes, as you can imagine, quite a while to respond to comments depending on the numbers that we receive. We're really hopeful that because the main part of the challenge, which was around ODF practices, through the private forest accord, we hope that, and the new rulemaking that ODF went through, we hope that there will be, I don't know what the right word is because satisfaction isn't the right word, but an understanding that the state has definitely been intentional in trying to meet the intent of what a non-point pollution control program should be. And it involved other partners besides ODF. ODA was a part of that, DEQ was a part of that, of course, helping lead it, and us. So it's a big deal. When it is ready to be released to the public, we'll definitely be letting people know. And that'll be an opportunity to weigh in. I would not discourage you if you're unhappy with it, but I would definitely encourage you, if you are happy with it, to send comments to that effect. It helps the network as a whole. 30% reduction in funding is a substantial amount of money that used to historically fund coastal grants that went out to each of the local jurisdictions, which supported, positions, activities on the ground. At one point, it was very robust. As the years progressed, that grant amount reduced somewhat significantly, but was still valuable. Having worked for a local jurisdiction, it definitely made an impact on the coastal work that could get done. And then finally, the Fall Coastal Planners Network meeting, I am happy to tell you, will be in person again. We really loved seeing everybody last year. The governor's restrictions on travel have been lifted. And of course, we're still being very prudent with how we're using those dollars in large part, so we can do things like the Planner Network meeting. And so look for that sometime November, December. December seemed to work out really well, but as we all know, weather's starts to go a little nutty around that time. So we'll be looking at the November, December timeframe to get the in-person meeting going. And Florence does seem to be the midway point, so we'll be looking down there to see if we can't get a location and a place for us to all gather again. And of course, we'll have the virtual option available as always. So that's that on that. Are there any questions for me? Will we be notified? Yes, I will, Denise, yes, we will let folks know when it is ready to be sent out for public comment. We are eagerly awaiting that day. Any other questions? Okay. And again, you can throw them in the chat. You can always send me something on the side. Or if it comes up later and you're thinking, oh man, I wish you'd talked about this, please feel free to ask. And so I think we're ready to jump into the program. And in case you said, oh, how come we didn't do introductions? I figure we'll just do that during the roundtable. We'll just take care of that in the roundtable and where folks are really talking about themselves. To that end, what I would ask is all state agencies, particularly if you could rename yourself, in case, particularly if you'd like to say anything during the roundtable, if you could rename yourself with the agency that you work for, I would appreciate it. And then I'm going to have my regional reps, Brett and Hui, lead, call out each of your jurisdictions, you know, for the roundtable to help facilitate that conversation. So I think seeing, do I have a hand up somewhere? Who has?
It's me, it's
Kirsten,
Kirsten.
yep.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for all those updates. I just wonder, since she's super local, if maybe at this time Chris Wall could say hello.
Oh.
Since she won't be in round local. Don't want to miss her.
Oh, she does get an opportunity, Kirsten, but that is a very fine point. Chris, would you like to say anything right now before we jump into the rest of the agenda?
Thanks, Kirsten. Thanks, Lisa. Happy to just say hi real quick. And I was going to rename myself with my agency since I'm guessing a lot of you might not know me. But so I work for NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Office for Coastal Management. And we're the national partner to the Oregon Coastal Management Program to implement the coastal management programs nationwide. But I sit here in Oregon and I'm the main day-to-day liaison between Lisa and her staff and my office back in the Washington, D.C. area. And my goal is just to sort of support everything Oregon's doing, connect you guys to the money, the tools, the data, the science, the technical assistance, whatever is needed. So I appreciate being able to listen in, hear what you're all working on, hear the updates, and find ways to help you out however I can. So thanks for letting me lurk here in the background.
Lurk. You're not lurking. You're right in the forefront. You're right out there. Okay, with that, and well, before I go, any questions for Chris? Okay, awesome. All right, well then, we're going to jump right into a hot topic of the moment, new rulemaking around coastal shoreline stabilization. And we have Meg Reed, our senior coastal policy specialist, and Dr. Rhiannon Bezor, our coastal shore specialist, who are going to take us through this particular topic. And please, Meg, or Rhiannon, whoever's going to lead off, how would you like questions to come? You want folks to hold them to the end, or okay? Yeah, so if you could hold your questions till the end and also save them in the chat and we can follow them that way too, that would be great.
Thanks, Lisa. And can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. So as Lisa said, Meg and I will be just giving a brief overview about an upcoming rulemaking for coastal shoreline stabilization. And as Lisa said, this will be initiated in June at the June LCDC meeting. So this is a sneak preview of what is to come. So summary and purpose. This rulemaking came out of the 2025 legislative session. So the bill was Senate Bill 504, and it directed the initiation of rulemaking to be adopted by January 1st, 2028. The new rules are going to relate to Goal 16, Goal 17, and Goal 18, which is why it is of our best interest to let you all know about this, because as Lisa said earlier, it will impact pretty much everybody on this call. The purpose of Senate Bill 504 and the rulemaking are to define what constitutes a non-structural nature-based solution, as well as other types of shoreline stabilization methods, and to require that non-structural nature-based solutions and land management practices, such as moving a structure out of harm's way, or managed retreat, also known as, are prioritized over structural methods. And you'll see throughout this slideshow that there are examples of both structural and non-structural shoreline stabilization methods. And so we'll kind of point out each one so you get an idea of what we're talking about when we talk about the differences between the two. So you can see here in Neskowin, this is riprap, which we obviously see along quite a bit of our coastline. It's one of the more popular types of structural shoreline stabilization methods, those very large boulders. And just as a reminder, and to give you kind of some context of where these new rules will apply to, as you know, Goal 16 covers estuarine resources. Goal 17 covers shorelands, so any areas that are adjacent to estuaries, coastal lakes, and to beaches and dunes, which is covered by Goal 18. And then Goal 19 will not be impacted by these rules, but it is part of the coastal quad of our statewide planning goals here, so it is included in this graphic just for context. And just as an example of one of these types of non-structural nature-based solutions that you might see along an estuary or a riparian area would be something like this dynamic revetment or cobble berm here. It can also be used in certain areas along the open coast as well too. So what is shoreline stabilization? Why do we care about its use? As it was noted before, the coast of Oregon is highly dynamic. We have ongoing and chronic erosion issues along pretty much the entire coastline to varying degrees. We also see a lot of different erosion issues in estuaries and along coastal lakes as well too. So shoreline stabilization methods are used to both reduce erosion and wave attack and to limit flooding. And that applies to both structural and non-structural solutions. They all have the same aim. Some of these types of solutions mimic natural processes more, and they have more limited impacts on the environment. Under Goal 16, 17, and 18, we would consider those non-structural nature-based solutions. Some other types are designed to remain in a static position, to reflect or deflect wave energy, to not degrade or move much over time, and those would be considered structural shoreline stabilization methods. As noted previously, seawalls and riprap are the most commonly used types of solutions along the Oregon coast. You can see here in this photo, we have a seawall or a gabion wall here with dynamic revetment in front. So you can have a hybrid approach as well of both structural and non-structural methods used. And under Goal 16, 17, and 18, structural methods are limited because they do have higher impacts on the environment. But under each of those goals, there are currently no existing definitions or guidance for certain types of stabilization methods, which makes the implementation of those different limitations for structural versus non-structural guidelines a little bit harder to enforce, because there's some working definitions that we use, but having a set definition for these different types in statute is going to help a lot for implementation at both the local and state level for permitting these different types. Here is a graphic just showing the different types of non-structural to structural solutions. So when we are talking about prioritizing non-structural solutions, that would be starting with the option of moving the structure away from the harm's way, so moving it inland away from the erosion site. Things like vegetation stabilization would be the next preferred method. And so planting dune grasses or different willows or types of vegetation to help stabilize an eroding dune or bluff would be preferred. Then moving into something like a dynamic revetment or cobble berm, which does have a little bit more impact. You can see that sometimes they take a little bit more space on the beach, but they are more gently sloping. And so they still remain usable for recreating on the beach. And then something like a hybrid structure, again, you can use vegetation and riprap or different approaches combined. And then riprap and seawalls are the last in terms of the impact. Oh, am I still on here?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I just got a notice that Zoom quit, so I don't know what that was about. As long as I'm, so it keeps saying I don't know what's going on with this. So
Oh, might have just quit.
But, oh. Well, I guess
There she is.
she's back again.
All right. But you're
I
muted.
can hear you now.
There you go. We can see it, Rhiannon, but you're muted if you're talking. Mm,
there we go.
There we go.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why technology is failing me today. So riprap and seawalls are again the most commonly used on the Oregon coast. They do have a lengthy and proven track record of slowing erosion and slowing flooding impacts. But as I said before, they do have a very high impact on the beach and the environment. And so even though they do slow erosion, they are the least preferred method of shoreline stabilization. And some of those impacts that I keep talking about here for structural shoreline stabilization include things like the end effects or flanking, as we refer to. So if you have a riprap or seawall revetment on the edges of that revetment, you can see increased erosion because the structure is deflecting those wave attack to the sides. And so the adjacent properties can have increased erosion to what they normally would have without that seawall or riprap in place. You can also see increased erosion at the toe or the base of the structure. So you can have kind of a steepening of the slope of the beach or the dunes downwards towards the structure and on the other side towards the sea. Because the purpose of these structures is to slow erosion, that also means that the sediment that would normally be entering the system from those bluffs or cliffs that it's slowing the erosion from is then lost to that beach system. And so you don't have as much sediment to maintain a beach width. And as we see sea level rise or during storms or king tide events, you can see a fairly increase of beach narrowing as well, which can then make it a little bit harder to access the beach along north and south for recreators, because you have, as you can see in these pictures here, waves are basically hitting the base of this revetment here, and there's not a safe access to move along the beach there. And then you also have a habitat loss because you're losing vegetation, you're losing sand and sediment. So a lot of like nesting shorebirds will lose their habitat there too. And I will pass it over to Meg now.
Thanks, Rhiannon. Okay, so you might remember back in the 2025 long legislative session, this is when this bill came out. Although I will say, if you've been around for a bit of time, you may remember that there was some version of this bill came out almost every single long legislative session for as long as I've been working at DLCD. So this was the time where it actually came to fruition and passed. So this was Senate Bill 504, and I'll just kind of talk about what it ended up being. If you're curious about the history of it, let me know and we'll talk offline. But we are now directed to do a rulemaking that is to define, primarily to define this term, which is non-structural nature-based solutions for shoreline stabilization. And it was within estuaries, coastal shorelands, and beach and dune environments. So as Rhiannon pointed out, this rulemaking impacts 3 of our 4 coastal goals. The rule and the bill, and subsequently the rule, has to also include the guidance for the use of those, the non-structural nature-based solutions within it, and to minimize the impacts of those structures from flooding and erosion. that these structure or non-structures, I should say, conform with statewide planning goals. So this is not to do any amendments to the existing goals, but just to work within the existing framework. And then there's this last little caveat piece, which is to not change rules, allowing the Department of Transportation to use structural solutions when they're already able to use those. So that was always going to be the case, but ODOT was a little bit concerned on it, so they wanted to put that in last minute. Next slide, please. So we'll be embarking on this rulemaking, as Rhiannon mentioned, this coming June. But we wanted to also kind of flag that this is not happening in a vacuum, and that there are many other entities that have a role to play in shoreline stabilization. And those are primarily listed here. So we have the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, who has the jurisdiction over the ocean shore, and they do permits for any ocean shore alteration. And they are currently also doing a rulemaking on their ocean shores rules. And so we want to make sure that we're coordinated with that and making all of these rules work together. And Rhiannon is actually working on that rulemaking advisory committee now with OPRD. Department of State Lands also has a role to play within the estuaries and in coastal lakes with removal fill permits and proprietary leases and other things like that. And so the bill actually does contain a provision that requires OPRD and DSL to do conforming rulemaking if they need to after DLCD adopts our rules. So we'll see if they will need to do that, and that will happen after ours goes forward. Next slide, please. So the bill also outlines interests for a rulemaking advisory committee. And we, as the department, also looked at what other interests might be important to have on a rulemaking advisory committee for this topic. So you can see those listed here. I'm not going to go through every single one, but if you have feedback on the interests that are listed, please let us know. Of course, we do want local planners to be on this rulemaking advisory committee, and it also has a space for local government officials. So there are different roles and perspectives for this, as well as other state agencies. And just wanted to flag that our state agencies will be providing technical expertise, while the rest of our membership will be on more proactive role. And then we do have a facilitator that is going to be working with us to moderate all of our rulemaking advisory committee meetings, which will likely start in August. And that is Kearns and West. So they will be providing the facilitator role. Next slide, please. So the rulemaking charge, again, was somewhat listed in the bill itself, but then we also augmented it. And so I do want to flag that there are things that were in the bill, but we also are using this as an opportunity to expand the scope of the rulemaking a little bit. Because shoreline stabilization has a lot of different methods, as Rhiannon showed you, there is the spectrum from sort of green to gray options. And we've always had a very kind of black or white method in Oregon with structural versus non-structural. We're using this as an opportunity to help kind of define what those different things mean, and talk about how each of those can be used or not within our different estuarine systems and on the ocean shore. So we'll be looking to define a broad array of terms related to shoreline stabilization, not just non-structural nature-based. We will be, again, working within the existing coastal goals. They'll be requiring prioritization of non-structural shoreline stabilization methods, and outline a mitigation hierarchy for all these methods, consider incentives for non-structural methods, maybe in terms of permitting process. Again, not change the rules for ODOT, and then consider local government and state agency capacity constraints to achieve the rule requirements. Next slide. And so there will be things that, this is a topic that has the potential to be very emotional and have a lot of thoughts and feelings around it, as all of you, I'm sure, have felt as practitioners on the coast. And so want to flag what we are not doing as part of this rulemaking. And really what that is we're not doing anything that would require an amendment to any of the goals. So there are pieces of this, for example, the development date, January 1st, 1977 for goal 18, beachfront protective structures on the outer coast. That's not going to change because that would require a goal amendment. And also this is really focused on shoreline stabilization and not other kinds of minor alterations that might happen on the shoreline. It's really focused on those techniques that are meant to mitigate the impacts of erosion and flooding. Next slide.
And I'll just add real quick with these photos too, we're just to highlight kind of the differences between structural versus what we were referring to as land use management strategies or hazard avoidance. So you can see here, this line of oceanfront homes is safely behind this nice wide vegetated dune here. And so the use of structural shoreline or non-structural shoreline stabilization methods would be less needed because the dunes are acting as a natural erosion protection. Whereas you can see here where there's that flanking effect that we're talking about. So the erosion would be increasing on the adjacent sides of this riprap revetment here that you can see is kind of forming an islanding effect there. Whereas these properties here may or may not be goal 18 eligible. And so the impacts of this structure would have varying degrees of impact on those adjacent properties. I'm not sure what is happening with the yellow lines. Oh. I don't know if somebody's drawing on them.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Sorry, but we will continue on.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rhiannon. That's a great point. Okay, so we'll wrap it up. The timeline for this rulemaking is going to start this coming June. So if you do, we have it on the agenda for June 25th, and there will be a public comment opportunity. So people are welcome to sign up for that if they would like. We'll be opening it up for a recruitment to apply to be on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. So we hope that you will join if you can and apply for that. That will be opened from July 1st to July 22nd. And then we'll have RAC meetings starting this summer and going into next winter. And then once we have the rule drafted in a more substantial way, then we will provide webinars with local governments as we did for other rulemakings to kind of get more local feedback. Then we'll have our geographic hearing and public hearing on the proposed rules in April of 2027 and potential adoption in June of 2027. And then the rules would likely become effective on January 1st of 2028. Next slide, please. So just to flag how this might impact you, I think you're probably already thinking about this, but it's probably fairly likely that the rules will require updates to comprehensive plans and development code to comply with the new rules. And it may require or revise existing permitting processes that you have for shoreline stabilization already. This certainly will include coordination with other state agencies that do permitting in the same space. Education with applicants on the proposed or on the new rules and things like that. We will provide support along the way to help with implementation. And these are some examples of living shorelines from the state of Delaware. We don't have necessarily the same types in Oregon yet, but potentially to come. So yes, next one.
And that would be something that would be more applicable in estuaries or coastal lake, and not as much on the open shore of Oregon. But just as an example of, that's when we say non-structural nature-based, a lot of people think living shorelines, and so they are one method that can be used. And so as Mike said,
so I think, yeah, Rhiannon, sorry, we're kind of over time, so I'm just wondering if maybe we could just wrap it up there.
Yeah.
I think I've kind of already talked about the RAC process and applications, but we do want to have time for any questions. So I think we're good, unless you have anything you wanted to add, Rhiannon.
Nope, and we'll leave that up just while
Okay.
we take any questions.
Cool, thank you. So yeah, any questions?
There's a question in the chat. As far as
Related policy coordination.
I guess I don't really understand the question. So Lindsay, could you?
I,
Yeah, so, you know, in implementing the current floodplain standards, structural has definitions, and I don't see how a lot of this is going to be permitted, I guess. The non-structural nature-based solutions are a fill for floodplain. So I think we need to keep in mind floodplain rigs when you're moving forward with these.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good point. I mean, as you know, we can't change the floodplain regulations because they're a national regulation, but it is a good point that there are very real constraints to those things because of that. And so, yeah, it's a good point, and we'll have to keep that in mind. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, if you think of any, you are more than welcome to email Meg or myself, and we can chat through any of your concerns or just address any of your questions as they come up. Thank you all.
Yeah, this is definitely a devil in the detail kind of situation. And so as it proceeds, we just really encourage folks to stay engaged. We'll be distributing meeting notes and things like that out. The website will be updated, so you'll have opportunities to keep abreast of what's happening. And of course, you know, getting folks on the rack is also another really viable way to influence how this turns out. So just encourage everybody to stay engaged. Thank you both for that. We're going to move on to Moses now. Michael Moses, goes by Moses for those of you that don't know him, our Coastal Resilience Coordinator. And he's going to talk about the project that's happening down on the South Coast right now.
I thought I was going at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we're in a break now, actually.
Oh, well, that is not what I'm looking at right now. So,
Maybe because me and Rhiannon are both on 2 different agenda items.
you know what? We're in a break now. And Moses, you're later on this afternoon, but thanks for your quick adaptability to everything. So we will go on a break. We'll come back. I'll give you your full break because, you know, we've been sitting here listening to a lot of good work. Come back at 11:17. Good happens. We've got about a minute. All righty. Let's see. Hopefully folks are heading back. So next on our agenda, we've got Goal 5 Cultural Area Guidance, and that's going to be led by Brett Estes, our North Coast Regional Representative. You can see we're a little off schedule here, but we want to make sure folks get all their due time. So Brett, are you ready?
I am ready. Can you hear me?
All right.
Okay, so everyone, Kirsten Green, our Deputy Director, spoke to this topic at the onset of the meeting and kind of gave a little preview and kind of what's going to be touched upon here. This item I'm going to be talking about today is not going to be going into full depth about the rollout of these new Goal 5 rule implementing processes, but rather talk a little bit about what it is and to speak to some opportunities that are happening monthly where local jurisdictions can participate in webinars, and they're roll up your sleeves working webinars with DLCD staff to be able to answer questions and to be able to dialogue about the implementation about this. Also, we've had meetings with some of the tribal partners, and we're going to be continuing with those as well moving into the summer. So I'm going to kick this off and just kind of give a little bit of information about what this is about if this is new to some of the folks with the local jurisdictions. So the Land Conservation and Development Commission amended implementing rules for Goal 5, Natural Resources, Scenic and Historic Areas, and Open Space at their December 2025 meeting. And this amendment created a new rule within Goal 5 to define cultural areas. And Oregon Administrative Rules now, which are included as a part of this rulemaking, now provides definitions and describes requirements and options for local government's consideration of cultural areas. And as Kirsten said at the beginning of the meeting, these rules will go into effect January 1, 2027. So these rules do not require local governments to update their comprehensive plans or to conduct jurisdiction-wide inventories to comply with this rule. A comprehensive plan amendment is required only if a city or county adds a significant cultural cultural landscape feature to a list of Goal 5 significant resource sites, or adopts protections that change any allowed uses. We would note, though, that the rule does include procedural requirements that local governments will need to implement. For example, sending required travel notices within the rule's timelines and offering meetings in limited circumstances. So local governments and the jurisdictions may need to amend their procedural codes to ensure that these notices are sent and to provide for the receipt and processing of an application to recognize a cultural landscape feature as a significant Goal 5 resource site. So with this, there are rule and implementing jurisdictions will now need to be providing notice to tribes whenever there is a land use application that involves a ground disturbance. And it's at the onset of when an application is deemed complete. And in general, the land use applications are those which have a notice provision for it. There are a specific set of permits that are defined in the rule. I won't go into the right now because I'll be posting information on the chat that you can dig into a little bit more. But kind of the key is that there will be these notice requirements that will be triggered for these land use permits that trigger ground disturbance. There'll also be notice requirements to tribes whenever there are urban growth boundary amendments. And then counties have an additional provision that requires notices to tribes as well, dealing with whenever their land use applications is broader in nature for counties to be needing to address. So the Legislative Commission on Indian Services are going to develop a list of contacts for each city and county. And LCIS is currently working with the tribes to develop that list. It still is not finalized at this point in time. And the lists are going to include federally recognized tribes in Oregon that have stated an interest in the area covered by a specific city or county, or they'll provide the contact person or persons to be able to reach out to. So that's one thing to be keeping an eye out. We will be notifying the jurisdictions when the Legislative Commission on Indian Services has that list developed. So I'm going to be including information that has a local implementation guide in the chat, as well as a set of frequently asked questions. As I mentioned kind of at the onset of this, local governments are going to be welcome to join. There are going to be monthly drop-in series. We kicked off our first drop-in meeting in May, and those are held on the last Tuesday of every month. Take a look out that June has 5 Tuesdays, so it's not going to be on the 4th, but the 5th Tuesday for June at 10 o'clock in the morning, between 10 and 11, and pre-registration is going to be required. I'm in the chat section. I'm going to be putting the link for that pre-registration link, and we're going to be continuing these monthly check-in sessions and webinars into the future. We again started them in May, and we're going to be continuing them until we see that there's no longer any need. I would also note, if there are any specific questions about this, reach out to Wei or myself, depending on whose area you're in. And if there are questions, then we'll be able, our team will be able to sit down and be able to work through those issues with you. We want to be able to provide as much assistance now, that if the local jurisdiction needs to do any procedural code updates or anything like that, to be able to tee up the implementation for January 1st, 2027, that you can do that now and be ready to get things rolling come at the beginning of the year. As I said, this was kind of just I'm gonna call it an infomercial to be able to get information out to folks, but I'd be glad to be able to take any general questions soon before we move on. Okay. And again, feel free to reach out to Wei or myself. And I'm one of 3 regional reps who's been working on the guidance documents for this, along with Amanda Punton. Amanda has been on this meeting, and so we're always glad to be able to assist the local jurisdictions in this rollout.
Okay. We'll take advantage of the opportunities that they'll be making available. It's going to gonna be a little bit of a mind shift for some jurisdictions and definitely process shift for others. And Brett and Hui can be there for you as things start moving forward. Okay, well, thank you very much, Brett. Now we're gonna move into the first half of the local government roundtable. So we've got folks from local governments, we got some state government partners here that may want to have some opportunity to reach out. So I think what we'll do, wish I should write this down. I can't remember who we started with last time, but let's start with the South Coast. Shake it up a little bit. Let's start with the South Coast, and Hui, I'll let you lead that part for the jurisdictions.
Hey, then, morning everyone. I'm Hui Radomski. I'm the South Coast Regional Representative for DLCD. And I think we're to shake out some more. I'm gonna start from the south end of the South Coast. Let's see. Let's start with Curry County. Rachel McDonald, are you able to come off mute and introduce yourself and just give a update on what Curry County is doing?
Hi, this is Rachel McDonald from Curry County, and I'm a planning assistant at the moment. There are 2 planners here in Curry County. They are not on this meeting though, as of today.
Oh, so for folks that are new, so this is an opportunity not only to introduce yourself, sorry about no preface there. This is an opportunity not only to introduce yourselves, which is important, but also to take advantage of having everybody in the room to raise, you know, any issues or challenges or successes, or you just want to give an update on, you know, something that's important in your community right now or in the planning department. This is the time to do it. You don't have to say anything. That is totally up to you. But we've got this network here of folks who can also, one, be empathetic, undoubtedly, but also, if you've got questions, might be able to be a good connection to help you work your way through some things. So with that, does that, would you like to add anything more? Probably as the guinea pig, Rachel.
Sorry, Rachel.
And it's okay if you're not comfortable saying anything right now. That's totally fine. If you could just let us know and we'll scooch on.
At the moment, no. This is actually, I'm going on my 9th month just working here at the county, so I'm still pretty fresh, guys.
I appreciate it. All righty. Okay, wait.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. So next then, how about City of Gold Beach? Anthony Pagano, are you able to come up mute, please? Anthony's still on the call. Oh, I guess Anthony is no longer. He was. Oh, he still is. Okay, we will come on, Anthony. I know he's busy running a city as well. So, how about then, City of Port Orford? Crystal or Joseph?
Thanks, Wei. Hope everyone can hear me. I'm Joseph with the City of Port Orford. Just here today to see.
I can start and then Joseph can add on if he wants. This is Crystal Shoji. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I guess the only thing I'll report on a little bit is Elk River development is just because it's a larger project. And I think everybody might know something about it, or they maybe should. It's for a golf course. And the idea was that they would use the city's wastewater for watering the golf course. And that was approved in, I believe, 2017. And this, also the county had to do a lot of, I think there were suits and things like that. And they have, of course, a bigger part than we do. But the Port Orford part is this wastewater use. And they haven't really gotten that organized yet with the city. There's been some setbacks and things like that. And they're still asking for an extension of the 2 conditional uses. And unfortunately, our code at the time that these went in was very vague on what an extension could be and how long it could go on and what was required. We've updated that now, but these people came under, less rules. And so they do keep coming and asking each year. And the Planning Commission has denied it a couple times, but it always gets appealed. And so they're still in the works, and it's time to do that again. And we still don't have a lot of information because we're still under the old code with that project. But we do hear that there's some movement where the city and the Elk River Development are talking about how to make this work still. So stay tuned. Maybe it'll go on another 7 years. Who knows? Joseph, maybe you should add whatever you want, or talk about some other project or something you're working on.
So, hello, Crystal. Hopefully everyone can hear me a little bit clearer now.
Not really, Joseph. You're pretty far away.
Yeah, we can't hear you that well.
Sorry about that. I'll try and work on that, but there isn't much I can do, I don't think. Really, it's just that
It's not coming through, to me anyway.
It's not.
all right.
Hey, Joseph, maybe you could put it in the chat. Everybody would be able to see it. That's another option.
I was just gonna say I'll post it in the chat. Sorry,
Awesome.
the mic doesn't seem to be working.
Well, he's doing that. I just want to say Joseph has a lot of jobs at the city. He is not only the technical planner, he's the face of the city for planning, and he's there all the time. He is the city recorder. He is the person who keeps track of all the computers for the council meetings and the planning commission meetings. And he could probably name a few more things that he's doing.
Yeah, that's a good example, Crystal, of capacity at these coastal jurisdictions. For folks coming up, if you have more than one person on your team with us, which is great. If you could introduce yourselves, but maybe one person be a spokesperson, that would be swell.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Crystal and Joseph. Before we move on to Coos County, I just want to circle back to Gold Beach and see if Anthony is nearby the computer and able to come off mute. Anthony, are you?
I'm back. Yes, sorry.
Please go ahead.
What are we doing? What are we talking about?
Well, we're introducing ourselves and saying what's going on with our cities or county.
Oh, copy. Anthony Pagano. I am the Community Development Director for City of Gold Beach. We are working on a couple annexations and also a UGB expansion amendment kind of correction type thing. So that's all new to me. So we're trying to figure out how to do all that, and Way's been helping me. So it's been moving forward.
Thank you, Anthony. Now let's go to Coos County. Jill Rolfe, would you please come off mute?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Jill Rolfe, Coos County Community Development Director. We finished our beach and dunes update. Thank you, Rihanna. That was a long process, but I feel like we came to a good result at the end. It just did take us a long time to get through there. we struggled a lot with like clear and objective standards and how to make that work for our community and what was going to work best, and trying to think about the building code side of it when we were incorporating it in, because we do the building side through community development as well. So it was a struggle, but we made it through, and I think it's good. We haven't had anybody use it so far to be able to test it, but I'm hoping soon. We updated our parks master plan. A couple of years back, we had some funding through Pew Foundation to do some parks master planning, and they helped us through that process. And then it just took us a while to kind of get through the rest of that update. So we did that. We are working on our Coos Bay Estuary Management update, our plan update. We have our committees in place. That's going fairly well. I mean, our committees are all on a constant rotation. We have a couple openings still on our committees, but I think that that's going really smoothly now. We're trying to pull in some education for our committees so that they can understand the process a little bit better. Land use processes, of course, quite complicated. So it's really important that they have that foundation before they start moving forward with that. We have a citizen advisory committee, we have a steering committee, and we have a technical advisory committee. We are working with City of Coos Bay and DLCD on our urban growth boundary cleanup work, I guess is what you want to call it. And so we're in the second part of that phase. We have some areas that originally were designated as urban growth boundary, and then they were changed to urban unincorporated communities. The plans don't align. So we're just going through and trying to fix those and make those what they were originally, so that we can kind of move forward with some housing and development there, and take also this will affect some industrial and commercial development. And then we're working on new software implementation. We are going away from the Excel permitting, the state permitting software, into a new software system. We're hoping to be up and running by July 1st with that. And other than that, I am serving on the RAC DSL cable RAC. That's going really well. Though we did have a question about that came up. I have never, I don't have a lot of experience with cables in the sea other than when they come up on land. So this was a really good opportunity for me to learn. And there were some questions about some governmental utilities as far as the cost equations. And I really hadn't thought about that before, but it is kind of expensive. So if you have worked for governments that have some type of utility that runs in that ocean area, you might want to look at that RAC and consider that and make some comments about that. Just because, as I said, I don't have that kind of knowledge, and so it would be helpful if somebody else that does, made those comments for the RAC group. And that is on the website. I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Jill. And I should have asked for questions earlier too. Any questions for Jill before we move on? Okay. Then still going from south to north, Bandon. Jenna, would you please? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Jana. I'm a planner one at the city of Bandon now. I started on April 28th, so I'm very new. I have my planning assistant, Anne, beside me. Unfortunately, we did lose our community development director unexpectedly about 2 weeks after I started. So and Anne has only been here for 2 months. So we have very limited leadership, but, we're just trying to learn and, build relationships with people and apologize to a lot of people for the fact that we don't know what we're doing, but we're working on it and we're really excited to grow in this role. But yeah, honestly, that's the main update is things are a little bit confusing here.
Thank you,
Tumultuous,
Jen.
Pam says.
Thank you.
Hui,
Yes.
Jana, I'm gonna speak for everybody. If you have questions, whether it's Hui or any of your other peers on here, we've all been in your shoes, I'm gonna guess, at one point or another. So do not hesitate to reach out. And don't think that you shouldn't because it seems like a silly question. Those are the ones that will fester and will stop you from moving forward. So take advantage of the network here, and I'm gonna give you way wholesale. So don't hesitate to take advantage of all these people on this call, including Hui. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lisa. Then moving north, City of Coos Bay, Chelsea, are you able to come off mute, please?
Yep. Hi, Chelsea Schnabel, City of Coos Bay Community Development Director. Jana, I just want to reiterate, like I was there like 10 years ago, and there's plenty of people on this call who I hounded and helped get me knowledgeable. So Crystal Soji and Hui and Jill Rolfe. Don't hesitate to reach out, okay? If you have any questions, we can help. City of Coos Bay, you know, the last year or so, we've been really focused on kind of trying to streamline our permitting processes. So we have a HUD Technical Assistance Award. We've been working with a contractor on internal processes, streamlining those. Like Jill mentioned, we've been working with the county in North Bend on moving to new permitting software, a new system. We also, let's see, we're working on the KBEMP, on the estuary management plan, so participating in that. Also working with the county on our urban growth boundary amendment through the regional problem solving process. We last year did kind of a pretty substantial code cleanup, and we adopted and updated economic opportunities analysis together with a economic development strategic plan. So we have those in place. Our council also implemented some new restrictions on self-storage units. So that's something new this year. We are currently working through DLCD assistance on a housing code audit, and maybe getting some extra help with the childcare code as well. So that'd be good. Otherwise, just chugging along. I mean, we have kind of the continual struggle with staffing and resources and capacity. So we're all just trying to get things done. Our planning administrator, Kelly Eichelberger, wasn't able to be on, as well as our planner, Sydney Anderson. But I guess that's an update for us.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah.
How about City of North Bend, Palak, would you please come up?
Good morning, all. My name is Palak Pandey. I'm working as a city planner with City of North Bend. I think it's been almost 1 year now. And saying to that, Jana, when I was here, it was too confusing for me too. But I think Chelsea was there and Jill was there to help me out. And I know Chelsea has worked here long back, but I still call her and trouble her whenever I have silly questions. So that is quite helpful. Jill and Chelsea, I think they have covered a lot that we guys are doing together, talking about the KBEMP, the cloud permitting thing. If I talk about what North Bend is doing particularly, we are working with DLCD for the Community Green Infrastructure Grant. We are also working with DLCD again for the housing grant that we have received for the housing implementation plan. And within that, we are also trying to have a downtown master plan kind of something. And it is going to be amazing. We'll have good amount of work done with them. Thank you for that. We are also working on how to make permitting quite easy, like the permitting process for the applicant and also for the staff side, how we can make that quicker and easy for everyone. Let me think if I missed anything, or we are also trying to work with city to create a land bank authority and have the board members appointed, and we are still trying to work on that. So yes.
Thank you, Palak. Appreciate
Mhm.
that. Okay, then going north now is in Douglas County. But I don't think I see anyone from Douglas County itself. So, Steve Reedsport, Steve Wilson, are you able to come off mute, please?
Ma'am, thank you. Good to see all of you. I want to reiterate that it is without a doubt a fact, if you need information, DLCD is an excellent resource. I fear one day they're going to get one of my emails and say, oh he's not afraid to ask any questions, and it's going to be a quick turn the camera off as fast as you can. But again, I want to say thank you for all the work that you have put into Reedsport and getting us educated, since I've only been here just under 2 years, to make us a mentally more sound community. Well, the things we do have going on and over the next couple months, you can laugh out loud way. It's okay. I'll let you. Internal processes we're going to be looking at over the next couple months, and getting our planning commission more refined and trained, and proper protocol. Part of our group has been there a while, part are very, very fresh. And so we're looking to kind of pull everybody, into kind of a huddle, in which, we can get them better trained and stay focused on, the items at hand in regards to our planning and hearings. So that's going to be a big focus over the next couple months. So going to be looking at that. We've had kind of an upsurge here in vacation rental interests here in Reedsport, so we've been working on a change in code, as well as processing vacation rentals. We're still pretty weak, when it comes to land use actions at the moment. But we have seen an increase, which has been nice. So hopefully as the year progresses, we'll see more. We will be beginning next week, working with ODOT. Last year we were awarded from them to work on a new TSP. We've had a lot of years in which it's just been a building amendment after amendment after amendment. And so now we're going to go through a formal TSP process, and we'll be reviewing documents next week. So that's pretty excited to get a fresh plan in place. One of our newest things, we were awarded last week from ODOT a Safe Routes to School grant for planning purpose. And so we're going to be working, they are covering the costs. What a terrific program to put together a plan to basically improve the routes to school, to kind of improve, our ability of our children to actually get to the school. Reedsport, because, as all of our coastal communities know, you're divided by a highway, you're divided by waterways, bridges. There's a lot in the way of getting kids, especially within the first mile, getting to their school source. And Reedsport has a fairly high, I know truancy doesn't exist any longer, but we have a pretty high rate of kids not making it to school in the morning, starting from the age of kindergarten. And so we've got to find a way to actually get those kids more safely there. And this also, opens us up, of course, for the construction related granting to follow. So we're looking forward to taking advantage of this and making some good changes for the community. Then additionally, our urban renewal district going to be pretty active this year. Where we are, of course, going to have our continuation of our revitalization grant funds, but we are also going to create a revolving credit line, because there's so many businesses, coming into the system that actually need help at the front end. They're looking for money. They don't have matches for grants, and so this was an easier opportunity for them to be able to get money, small starter type loans. And so we're gonna go through the process. And so if anybody has gone through this, the revolving account is new to us. So we're looking for any advice, what has worked, what hasn't worked. And then everything else is trying to keep up with DLCD and all those roundtables and wind and culture, and you're keeping us busy. We appreciate it. When we don't have enough on the table, we know we can turn on the computer and find something. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, lots going on. Lots going on. Thank you so much. Okay, then we're now going into Lane County. Nori, I believe I saw you. Are you still on the line, and would you please come off mute if you are?
Her mic and video are not working. She says they've mostly just been plugging away, and it's been very busy with individual applications.
Thank you, Lisa. Well, in that case, then it's Igor from Dune City. See what Dune City. And I'm very excited because Igor is actually a subject matter expert in undersea cable projects. I didn't know they existed. Igor, are you still available? And yes, there you are.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Igor, and I'm actually the code enforcement officer for Dune City. But a few weeks ago, they asked me if I could step in and assist with planning. So planning is very new to me, and I'm still trying to get my feet wet. In terms of submarine cable, I used to work many years for AT&T, and I used to be the submarine cable planner for the Americas region. So I understand cables, in terms of the overall planning and implementation. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to give me a call, and I'll try to give you as much expertise as I know, or maybe try to find you somebody with some expertise. All right. But I'm looking forward right now to, it's trying to get my feet wet in terms of city planning and trying to understand things and go forward from there. From Dune City standpoint, we are actually in the process of updating our land use code. And we're going through a chapter which is called 155, which is like 600 pages long. So we're trying to get that up to date. And that's, I think, our biggest plans right now in terms of planning. Okay?
Way to jump in there, Igor. Good heavens. I extend the same invitation to you that I did to Jana. We're all here to help. So
well, very, very good, because I'm not shy about asking questions and sending emails.
Great.
So be prepared, as they say. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. And last time we talked, which last week, Igor also said that folks complain about too many houses being built in Dune City. I guess that
was true. Is that at a council meeting? Somebody mentioned that. But yeah, because it's a small town, people want to keep it a small town.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I don't think Wendy from City of Florence is here. Let me just double check. I know she signed up for. Okay, she's not here, and I don't think Jacob is either. Okay, no. All right. In that case, we're moving into Lincoln County, and the southernmost city in Lincoln County is Yachats. Catherine Gunther, are you available?
I am. Boy, I'm hearing a lot of people in the same position that I was in 4 or 5 years ago, wearing way too many hats and not enough support for planning. I want to echo what everybody else has said about reaching out to DLCD. I really thought that Yachats was Way's favorite. Now I'm finding out she's supporting all these other communities, but that's okay. Take advantage, because it really is just an incredibly valuable resource. And yeah, no stupid questions. I'm living proof. So we've kind of settled down in Yachats in terms of staffing. We're actually fully staffed, knock on wood. So I'm able to focus on planning for the first time since I signed up with the city about 5.5 years ago. And good thing I'm finding I like it. We are lagging behind the rest of the state in finding ways to increase housing production. We fell under the population threshold for any of the state mandates. So with the help of DLCD and a series of grants going back to 2022, we are finally getting to the code amendment phase of our housing implementation plan. And as is probably common in a small town, people decided not to pay attention to this until we were really in the final stretch. So now, rather than focusing on fine-tuning the code amendments, we're doing a whole lot of community outreach, trying to sort of tame the fears of people who think that we're talking about massive high rises and ugly other things in their backyard. So I guess that was to be expected, but it may slow us down a bit. But we're still getting there after I think we started our buildable land inventory and housing needs analysis in 2022. So kind of fun to actually start to see the fruits of that labor. Also with, I was going to say Way's help, Way pushed this one through to the finish. We are starting on our first and ever TSP, long overdue. We've sort of had an antiquated village circulation plan that we're now starting to bring into the 21st century. So looking forward to getting going on that. And other than that, business as usual.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Wei.
Okay, then the very last one in the South Coast region by DLCD is City of Wallport. Jaime White, are you available and can you come off mute, please? There you
Yeah, good morning. Good to see you guys. So we're pretty busy. I mean, summer's always the busy time. So we got a lot of stuff going on. Unfortunately, I've got a lot of plans and a few things, code amendments, a bunch of other stuff that is kind of sitting on a back shelf right now because we're a little distracted with some other things. So we're just trying to keep our heads down and staying out of the news as much as possible. I'm sure a lot of you guys know what we're talking about. So I don't have anything new to deliver, but I definitely I appreciate everybody's assistance at the state and everything we do, and that's about all I got.
Thank you, Jaime. Lisa, that's the South Coast.
That is a great representation from the South Coast. Brett, we've got a few minutes. Let's take advantage of it and see who we can get through before 12:10.
Okay, so let's keep on in Lincoln County. And I was trying to see if anyone from Newport was on here. I didn't see Derek. I'm trying to see if anyone else was. Don't believe so.
Okay.
Not, then let's move on up to Depot Bay. Creed, Eckert, do you want to talk for a minute?
Good morning, barely, still. Thank you. I have been city planner in Depot Bay for just a little over a year, and this is my first coastal planning position, so it's been a very huge learning curve. I found very helpful resources at DLCD. Meg, in particular, has been one. She helped us replace our antiquated mapping. She helped get that project off the ground and digitize what was formerly Xerox copies from the 1980s. Horrible resolution, trying to use those to learn how to implement coastal resource protections and hazard development in hazard areas regulations. So subsequent to that, we contracted with city engineer who has GIS capabilities, and our planning app now, GIS, is just an incredible tool, super helpful, and Meg was a big part of getting that off the ground. Appreciate her. And the gentleman who was working with her, I think since retired, name escapes me. More recently, that's ongoing, but currently the big news is two code update projects, one funded by a DLCD HAPO grant, housing related code audit and updates, and And simultaneous with that, a city-funded supplemental code audit and amendment project to just house clean and fix a whole lot of things that are problematic or no longer contemporary with the code. And one of the things that I'll be curious to look at is our coastal resource protections, how they're somewhat scattered in terms of location in the code, and see if we can consolidate those in a more user-friendly, easy to reference location, but also evaluate them for clear and objective standards and see if this is all boilerplate state mandated stuff, or is there some room for making just improvement for staff and for applicants. So it's been exciting. We have a lot of smallish residential proposals in the Coastal Shorelands development or Coastal Shorelands overlay right now that we're processing or anticipating. And of course, with those, there's concerns of potential hazards, as well as cultural resources. The entire city is identified as potential significant cultural resource area. So a lot going on, particular excitement around the code audit and update projects. And yeah, I appreciate knowing that there's that support out there. I'm not going to be shy. I haven't been shy to ask the smallest and biggest of questions, and appreciate everyone's offer for that assistance.
Okay, thanks, Greed.
Yeah.
Let's keep on moving north. And Andrea Reiner from Lincoln City, do you want to give an update what's going on in your community?
Well, thanks for not forgetting us this time, Brad. We're not. We're very memorable. Well, apparently I'm the least busy person in the office today. So I am happy to listen and participate. We have quite a bit of different things going on. Planning is doing a lot of support for other city efforts. We're wrapping up our community engagement plan, so probably finishing that and getting that approved, and actually have started the implementation process already, making some more operational action plans for the different departments. So that's pretty exciting, actually. Getting other departments excited about what this will mean for them and the organization as a whole. So we are trying to also get our climate action plan finalized. It's been languishing for the lack of basically we didn't have a city manager for the last year. We finally do, and so things are getting back on track. Yay. Working with our urban renewal department agency on the housing capacity analysis, also DLCD and consultants. Got a traffic study going on with and trying to use our new community engagement software and programs to make that meaningful. Our city is kind of torn up right now, but it's exciting. Where our the river state parks is now a city park, long-term lease, and we are redoing that entire site, and it'll be a new welcome center, which is exciting, but it's a lot of chaos. It's quite the pinch point for our infamous traffic. And so we have that going on. And also the Water Improvement District for Devil's Lake is looking at some dredging for to hopefully help with flood control in the lake. We're looking at a possible replacement or relocation or something for our city hall, the deferred maintenance. Those bills have come knocking at the door. That is somewhat of an emergency action we're looking at. And I'm still waiting to hear from ODOT on moving forward with our TGM grant for the refinement plan for North Lincoln. It's really hard to bug ODOT about things these days, especially when you're asking for money. Although just kind of a lot of stuff, the permit load has been moderate, a little bit of a pickup since last year, but nothing that's a workload issue. So I'm very thankful to be fully staffed for a month. Our planning director will be retiring for his third time in July. So we'll deal with that when it comes. That's all from Lincoln City.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Appreciate it. So other cities in Lincoln County, I didn't see Justin from Toledo on the call, and I didn't see anyone from Siletz either, but we can't forget Lincoln County. And Lindsay, do you want to talk about what's going on in Lincoln County? Lindsay, go off.
It looks like it, Brett.
Maybe she went off to grab lunch, perhaps. Okay, we maybe come back later on. So let's move up to Tillamook County. Oh, yeah.
How about, so we're right up against lunch now. So
Okay.
you took us to the lunch hour. How about we leave 1 minute early, and everybody, if you can be back at 1:10, that would be great. Flip on your screens because we will get started right at 1:10 so that we can make it through the rest of our folks on the round table. And we've got a couple minutes built in another place where we can add a few minutes on if we need it. So thank you very much, Brett and Weiss, for taking us through this part. And then we'll finish it off with Brett at the round table at 1:10. All right, everybody.
Lisa?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I so apologize.
go?
However, this is Melissa at Tillamook County. I will not be returning at the 1 o'clock hour, so I don't have any planners available for an update. Can I have that 1 minute and I'll go super duper fast for Tillamook County?
Yep.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Again, Melissa Yank, Senior Planner for Tillamook County. We have Sheila Shoemaker and Conrad Kromeyer, who are both planners with our jurisdiction. Conrad joined us here this last winter. He's been a great addition to our team. We really appreciate having him. He's been right to work, having to work on land use applications with me. So it's been a great experience having someone on for the ride. Just a couple high level things. Been doing a lot of community plan updates, community meetings. Those are being led by Director Absher. I'm sure most of you are most familiar with Sarah. She does the bulk, if not majority of work for this department, and we are just supporting members. So she's been doing a lot of community updates. We went through the Middle Housing Code updates this last year, but there are further updates we're looking to do for some of our communities that were kind of discovered through the updates with the Middle Housing rules. So those are some big plans in our future and horizon. We have a ton of land division applications in our queue right now, seeing a lot of interest for middle housing related land division applications in the future, though we haven't received any of those specifically at the moment. Our Housing Commission Committee currently has awarded funds for our Housing Production Solutions Fund, varying applications that receive funding through those projects. Those checks are being written and cut as we talked. Tillamook County also just adopted a new code enforcement program, hired our own hearings officer so that we no longer have to rely on the district attorney to throw out everything that we've ever tried to enforce. In the 11 years I've been here, I've not had a single fine stick, and I'm really excited to see some changes. That program is now in effect. We just hired a hearings officer. Our code enforcement, the code itself should be going out here shortly, and we're really excited. We're coordinating with multiple divisions and departments across Tillamook County to basically fund this position, working with the Sheriff's Office, Solid Waste, Public Works, Health Department. All of us are joining in and hopefully can have some effective measures to our code enforcement programs in the future. Working on our code updates. We're preparing for the cultural resources updates. We're also working really hard on the farm stand, farm store updates. They're going to be really integral. Director Absher helped write and was on the rack for that. So I'm really excited to see how that comes out. And then just as a note, and some of my planners might be on later to hear this, we are currently trying to begin utilization of Bluebeam for some digital plan review for land use applications here in the future. We have a consolidated review for building and zoning permits at the same time in our jurisdiction to kind of hopefully move the process along a lot faster for our applicants. Our building division has a capacity to move towards fully electronic plan review. Great, we love it. We do not have a digital record retention approved in the land use program in our jurisdiction. So if anybody, either one, has a digital program they love and they use and they think it's great, I would love to hear about it, because I want to provide recommendations to Director Absher so I can move towards a digital world. But also, if there's anybody that kind of does these reviews with their building divisions, like those coordinated structural zoning reviews, have you used Bluebeam? I would love your assistance on how to make that work as a really good program for me and my planners, because we're kind of just getting into it. Or if there's other programs that you like for digital land use reviews, especially kind of for those zoning permit review levels. So that's all I've got. Sorry, I went over my minute, but appreciate you guys letting me jump in real quick.
Melissa, if you would mind, can I ride your coattails on the housing work just for 1 minute again?
Go for it.
I'm Scott Friganesi with 3J Consulting, do a lot of planning on the North Coast. And this is a really big deal because it's the first time that we've ever done a countywide contextual housing needs and housing capacity analysis for an entire county and all the jurisdictions within it. So it's a big effort and a big project. So we'll keep you all updated as we move forward on that one.
Thanks, Scott.
Hey, Melissa, just a little bit of clarification on what you're looking for as far as retention of records. So we use Oregon Records Management System, which you should check as far as retention of records, because they're already approved. Like, they have everything built in for retention. So you're going to meet the standard for it. But if you're looking for something more like, you know, what Excel offers for like attaching records and stuff like that, when we get through Cloud Permit, we can send you some information on that. I know, is it Florence? I think the city of Florence is also using Cloud Permit for.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking about that last session.
So when we get it actually going, I don't recommend jumping in until we know how it's really going to work.
Right.
We can do that, but Oregon Records Management System, ORMS, it's a repository. Lots of jurisdictions use it. Lots of cities use it. They use it in different ways. It works great. On-site DEQ permits are on there. Different cities, again, use it for different reasons. It can be integrated into GIS to pull in for mapping. So I would just suggest that you guys kind of look at that.
I appreciate that.
And I think that there may even be some funding for that available.
Yeah, I remember, 11 years ago, them talking about the ORMS system. And then they kind of like mentioned it to me when I had no idea what acronyms meant at the time. And then I was like, cool. And then I never saw it again. So I have very big knowledge of it, but I will definitely look into that. Thanks, Jill. And you'll probably see me reaching out to you about how Cloud Permit is working with you with that here in the future.
Okay.
Thanks, Jill.
Melissa, I would also add that at one point in time, OMRS was for your county recorder's office, it was one of the only state approved digital recordization techniques to meet states statute. So I
Yeah.
don't know if there's anything else, but at least at one point in time,
Mhm.
ONRS was the one that at least the state of Oregon and the recorders
Okay.
look to for a digital resource for that.
And that's exactly why we chose it, was because at the time that we did our scanning and archiving, that was the only thing that met the actual regulations. And not that there isn't anything else out there now, but that's when we did it, that's all that met it. And we did it through COVID. So we sent everything out to be scanned just because COVID really brought the need for electronic records, right? And so we actually used funding, COVID funding to make that happen. But I think that there's other fundings available.
Yeah, we've looked. I know Director Archer is taking the lead for that. And same thing during COVID, we had sent off all of our like pre-2015 files off to get digitized. They did. They're on a thumb drive somewhere and they didn't get put into any program. So all they did was physically digitize the documents, which is super not helpful because I couldn't even tell you what of the 700 jump drives it's on. So yeah. So
I definitely would encourage you guys to keep talking. And we'll put this on our list of things to follow up on too for you, Melissa. When
thanks, you guys.
And yeah, Jebra, I'm just gonna ask everybody to go to lunch right now. We're busting.
All
through
right,
time.
Melissa.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, see you at 1:10, everybody.
I was gonna,
Oops, okay,
that's what I was thinking. I was gonna go back and see whether Lindsay had come back on
okay.
from Lincoln County. And I don't see Lindsay back, so.
Okay, well, we can always give her a second if she does jump on at some other point in the. So thank you, everybody. Still have some folks with some technical issues. Rachel put in the chat, so please, if you have any advice or guidance, I'm sure she would appreciate it. Was just reaching out to all of us to ask about any direction on certificates or degrees to work towards to becoming a planner. This is something that the planning bug has bit her, and so she'd like to continue forward on this path, this crazy path we're all on. Frankly, you can go to all the schools that you want, but real life is the best teacher, but it definitely helps, I think, to understand the philosophy and the fundamentals of planning. And there are some certificates out there and certainly degrees. So if folks have any thoughts, just jump on the chat while we're moving through the rest of our agenda and help her out. So we're going to pick up where we left off, and I'll hand it over to Brett, who's going to take us into Tillamook County, although we heard from the county, so we'll move into the cities now.
City of Tillamook. Yeah, so Megan, do you want to talk what's going on at City of Tillamook?
Sure. Megan Carpenter, city planner for the city of Tillamook. We are a department of one as of last year. So I have no assistant. And so it's been a little hard to stay above water with all the new stuff coming down, but we're doing our best. We did, however, implement some new electronic software for permitting online. That'll be rolling out live this month, hopefully. So we're super excited about that. That's going to help kind of, using AI, we have some checks and balances in there, which is really good because they can't submit a permit until they have all the boxes checked. So that cuts down my time to have to find out if they have a complete application or not. So that's been really helpful. And then we have we currently headed a code development group this last fall between staff and our departments. And we're going through all of our general code as well, not just land use stuff, to make sure that we're, any old outdated code is up to snuff. And so we've been working through that slowly, working on like storage on city streets and things like that. Working through general code. And then of course, what Melissa Yank was talking about with the grant that we got from DLC for the CHN and HCA compliance requirements that we have this year under SB 406. We've got some consultants that have reached out to us this last week, so we're working with them to get through that process. And then we have the water line project that's been ongoing since 2020, and we finally are in first phase of construction. So we're getting our main water line transmission fixed, which was underneath the airport runway. And so we're moving that out of that area, which was part of our master plan years ago, and we're finally got funding to be able to do that. Sewers aren't looking good, but that's most of our coastal towns up and down the coast. We're looking at an official moratorium probably this year now that we have our master plan back, but we'll keep you updated as far as how that's going to go. Which kind of puts a damper on our housing on the east side of town. We're not too happy about it, but that's just how it is. If we don't have capacity, we get in trouble with DEQ. So working with trying to get that, mostly funding is the issue there. If we can find funds, we can fix it. And then that's pretty much all I have to report for City Tillamook.
That seems like enough for one person.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Let's keep on moving north, and David from Bay City.
Hello. All right. So the first thing, as Megan just mentioned, we are going through the consulting with Senate Bill, all the requirements, all the fund requirements from Senate Bill 406. I also just sent a final closeout, as you requested, Brett, for the limited land use processes and those changes that we've made. So subdivisions are now a type 2, only to be appealed by the applicant. And I guess that takes effect in July, that new rule. Woohoo, what fun. What great citizen participation work we're doing. Anyhow, the other changes we're making, basically when this all started, Planning Commission ambitiously took on the limited land use changes that we had handled through one ordinance and some other code changes for landscaping, open space requirements, adjusting those, fire-wise recommendations, street regulations and requirements, and adjusting all of those, and then some new definitions to go forward with all those in one big swoop, large pile. And that, when it got to council, they divided it up because they were screaming and yelling that some of them weren't strict enough. And then they realized that they had to pass the limited land use application processes that were changes were taking place. So they said, okay, we'll approve these and we won't approve these, and we'll take these all before workshops and we'll get them done in a few months. So that's what we're going to go through. And Brett, I sent everything in on that, and I guess now I have to electronically send it in as well. So we also had our subdivision, our 41 lot subdivision, appealed last year, and that has gone all the way up to the state, and now the state has sent it all back to us. So there were two big issues on that. One was with variance requests for setbacks on a few of the houses, and the applicant withdrew that request. And the other idea was that was appealed was the traffic impact study, that it wasn't going far enough. So the applicant changed that too. And so those will be the only two issues, actually one issue, that will come forward to the council for in the remand. We also have a UGB one-time expansion process taking place. However, it's kind of been stalled by the applicant. We already recognized the property for the expansion, but it has been stalled now by the applicant working with their consultants and really putzing along on quite a few different things. And so that's not moving forward fast at all. In fact, it's probably moving slower than ODOT. Just kidding. That's a bad joke. Other than that, we have two big issues. One is NIMBY. We found out a lot of the people in town don't want to grow ever. They're fine where they live and they don't want to change ever. So that's a big issue that's come forth, and that was with the appeal of the subdivision, not wanting to see the grassy field in the city limits developed across the street. And so that's a big issue. And then also we just had two things go before Planning Commission where some opponents in the audience raised their voice. And so Planning Commission, going completely by emotion, said, oh, we're going to deny this, and made that motion, trying to grasp onto some criteria that would gently match, I guess, what their concerns are. So we're going to be having some new training sessions, and that's what we're going to be bringing Brett on to help us through those. Thanks again, Brett, for that, because I think Planning Commission with a few new members is writing on emotions right now and needs to know that they need to stick with the facts. So, wow, I think I covered everything in a nutshell. That's it.
Okay, thanks, David. And just for everyone out there, you're hearing a lot from Tillamook County, and then Megan and David about Senate Bill 406 and some of the code work that they've been doing. This is actually this Senate bill is applicable just to Tillamook County, and it classifies all of the jurisdictions, the county and the cities in Tillamook County, as needing to meet the housing standards for large Oregon cities. And so they've been going through a whole set of code amendments over the past couple of years. And now all the jurisdictions in Tillamook County are moving into the process of doing housing capacity analyses coordinated through Tillamook County in kind of a methodology that's similar to Portland Metro. It's a very interesting approach, and if other jurisdictions are interested in hearing from them about kind of this approach that's being taken in Tillamook County, feel free to reach out to these folks. I'm sure they'd be glad to give some thoughts.
In
But
one way,
for-
it's
for what-
exciting. In one way, it's exciting, but the other way, we're pulling our hair out because everything is just moving so fast with all the new requirements for large cities.
So let's keep on moving north. And Scott, do you want to talk about Garibaldi and Manzanita at one time? Scott,
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
So Scott Freganesi again, 3J Consulting. I'm the contract planner currently for Garibaldi and Manzanita. So I'll start with Garibaldi. Garibaldi is going through some leadership changes and has been for the several years. So that's been a challenge. We finally did get a planning commission appointed. So we're going to be doing some training on that. Happy to have all the work that ODOT did on the highway going through town complete, because that was kind of tough on the locals as that was done, but now it's really nice. If you get a chance to drive through Garibaldi now, it's very different. It feels very different. But yeah, it's slowly growing. I think, there's about 20 to 25 homes built per year in Garibaldi that we do permitting with. And I just got to give a shout out to Tillamook County staff because of the partnership there they do all the building permits, which is a really big deal. So working with the county closely has been good. So that's my brief update for Garibaldi. Manzanita has been complicated as well. But one of the neat things there is that as their contract planner, I do all the current planning work, but I've been lucky enough to be able to help them with their comprehensive plan update. So we have a draft of that's probably going to be publicly released in the next couple weeks. And we will be hopefully adopting that no later than November of this year. So that's an exciting thing. Another exciting thing that's happened in Manzanita is that we've got one 60-unit kind of workforce housing, affordable housing project that was built and approved, and now working through a second. So that's been neat to see that there's been a push for that type of housing and the understanding that we need that housing along the coast, and it's super important. I'd say that, a couple challenges that we have there too is, again, as you've heard, the second home and short-term rental occupying a lot of housing. And one thing that I didn't expect to kind of be a big deal as doing the comp plan update was dune grading. So you've all heard that as well. So learn about your dunes and learn about the rules for dune grading, because that's become something that I've worked with in both Rockaway and in Manzanita. So I guess that's my quick update.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. So let's catch Abram at City of Rockaway Beach.
Thanks, Brett. Hi, everyone. My name is Abram. I'm a city planner for Rockaway Beach. I'm also one person staff, enjoying the sun today. Brett mentioned some of the larger projects that are going on here in Tillamook in general, and Rockaway's part of that. Another fun project that we have going on is folks at HAPO are helping us audit our code and look at how we can improve our code to meet our housing laws. Being new is a fun process. I've been in the position about a year, and every question that I have turns a stone that hasn't been turned in many years. And realizing, okay, my next 3 months, I'm busy with this mini project of trying to get back to speed with, or code is completely silent on lot line adjustments. What do we do now? Kind of questions. So that is one of the fun parts about being new, is that your questions can be a boon to the city. On the other side, it's a lot of uncertainty, and I've been yelled at several times now from permit applicants who are hoping for me to grace them with a permit without having them providing me any findings. So another, and Scott mentioned this already, the short-term rentals are a big deal here at the coast, as tourism is a very large part of our economy. Short-term rentals pop up pretty regularly. Rockaway Beach has a cap and has had it for about a year, maybe a little bit more. 2 years maybe at this point. Time is flying by. One of the projects that I have on my docket is to find ways to have our promote accessibility of our short-term rental market. So we have partnered with Becoming Rentable, which is a company out of North Carolina, who focus on accessible short-term rentals, and we're looking at getting some of those, our short-term rental stock, partnered with Becoming Rentable and list as accessible. So that's one of the projects I have going on. We are celebrating 1 year of implementing our middle housing code changes. While we haven't seen too much outside of the duplex development, it's the impacts of those code changes are starting to reverberate across the community. I'm getting a lot of questions around construction of middle housing. Just in general, it has opened up a multi-unit housing as a viable option. Granted, our code is not clear and objective there yet, but we're working in that direction. It's funny because one of the lots of things that I do or in my day-to-day I don't think are too much of a big deal, but for the city it is. Been doing a lot of work in being more transparent in how the permitting process works, documenting findings a little more methodically, providing applicants with all the different code components that they need to meet within an application. It doesn't feel as significant, but it is institutionalizing planning at that counter level. And with that, I'll pass it on because I can keep talking and talking and talking.
Very good, Aaron. Thank you. Wasn't last year though? You started right about this time last year.
Yeah. I was I think a month in when I came to the first or the coastal meeting in almost said Venice, Florence.
So it's been not a year quite yet. So
yeah. I started July 1st was my first day, so I'm almost there.
Okay, very good.
Lots of people confuse Florence for Venice. Pretty common. If you haven't got yelled at least once a week, Abram, I don't think you're doing your job. So good for you.
Well, thanks. That's a shout of confidence, and I am going to be reaching out to Brett, to you, and also Megan, because we have, as Scott also mentioned, there's a lot of questions around dune grading, and a lot of people are not very happy with our current dune management plan, and so we're hoping to see some changes there. But I don't want to promise anything, but people want to see changes as soon as they can. As everyone I talk to wants a bit of my time.
All right, thank you, Abram. So I don't think we have anyone here from Wheeler or Nehalem today. So, and we've already captured Manzanita with Scott. So let's move on up into Clatsop County. Gail, do you want to just get started on everything kind of globally in Clatsop County, or some of your staff that are here today?
Yeah, I can do that, Brett. Thank you. So I'm Gail Henriksen. I'm the Community Development Director for Clatsop County, and I'm here with our planning manager, David Cook, and our planners, Zane Longwell and Jason Pollock. And kudos to them for all the work that they do. So thank you. We've been pretty busy. We, in January, adopted the final 2 goals in our complete comp plan update of all 18 goals. It was goals 16 and 17. So we now have, after a 7-year process, a completely brand new plan, just in time to start going back and updating it again, probably. We finally digitized our hand-colored 1983 zoning map from our wall. And that just went into effect recently. So now we've started the list of things we need to correct because we've already are finding discrepancies and errors. So no good deed goes unpunished. We are undertaking a pretty extensive and complete audit and overhaul of all of our industrial and commercial zones to find ways to streamline uses there, update language, just the code hasn't been touched in decades, so it really needs to be updated. So we're going to undertake that. We're also looking at overhauls to our communication tower rules and our sign regulations. And then we've been working with the cities of Seaside and Astoria. We submitted 2 nominations for opportunity zones at the end of May. So we're just waiting to hear back if we're selected by the governor. We are about to wrap up the update to the Fairgrounds strategic plan, which we've been working with the Fair Board on. We also are receiving ODOT money, even though ODOT is apparently broke, but lots of people are getting money from them to also do a TSP update for Clatsop County, and ours was last done in 2015. So we just started that process with ODOT, and they are in the process of negotiating with the top ranked respondent to the mini RFP they put out. We are also working with the cities and DLCD on with a housing assistance grant to do a deeper dive into some possible opportunity sites for housing, both in the cities and in the unincorporated area. That grant is supposed to wrap up in March of 2027. We are in the process of hiring and replacing a building official because ours is retiring at the end of this month. So we are finishing up our interviews for that next week, and hopefully we'll have someone on board pretty soon. And then finally, we are hoping to be able to work with the cities to update our UGB agreements and with our special districts to update our cooperative agreements. And that work hasn't really been done since the late 1990s for the UGB agreements and probably the early 2000s for our cooperative agreements. So that's what we're working on. Thanks.
Thanks, Gail. So let's start at the southern part of Clatsop County and jurisdictions. And Jeff Adams, from Cannon Beach, do you want to get rolling?
Yeah, so Jeff Adams, Community Development Director at Cannon Beach. My return tour back to the coast. Glad to see everybody. We're doing our ordinance on short-term rental cap. That's making its way through the Planning Commission currently. We're finishing up our City Hall, and Police Department has already opened. So 2 major civic buildings. And we have started a NACUS Park plan and selecting that firm to do that work. We're continuing our code rewrite process, which happened to start in my first term here. And we hope to get that done in the next year and a half with a bunch of ordinance changes. The first package of ordinance changes is getting ready to go through. It's on housing, signage, and parking, and off-street parking amendments. Working with Crest on the Acola North Bank project. And then let's see, at our TSP, we're working on a process with our various committees and our city council on that TSP reboot in implementation of projects that was approved, I think 2 years ago. And then we have a dune grading petition before us to go as a ballot measure, which will be coming up this fall. And so the grading concerns are always prevalent here. So yeah, we join that as another topic to look at in the future. But that's about it for us.
Okay. So let's keep on heading north to the next Jeff. Jeff Flory in Seaside, and I don't know if Garrett's not still on. I'm hoping that either, I guess maybe before I go to Jeff Flory, Jeff Adams or Gail or Garrett, someone will talk a little bit about the work that's being done kind of collaboratively with the Housing Task Force in Clatsop County. So I don't know who wants to take that, but I don't want to lose kind of a report with that work that's being done up this way. So maybe I don't know if Gail or Garrett or Jeff, since y'all were kind of the leaders on that. Oh, you're muted, Gail.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. I'll let Jeff talk about the housing, but I know that Seaside is getting ready to adopt their brand new comp plan as well, which is very exciting. So.
Yeah, so as far as the housing, I know that we've got a grant to look at certain select sites throughout the various jurisdictions. We're working for moving that forward. Affordable workforce housing. I know about each jurisdiction's moving the ball forward on different projects. I know Jeff will speak about their projects, and they've got quite a few going there. We're actually have been approved in our budget for a housing specialist position for City of Cannon Beach, and they put a lot of money into affordable workforce housing. So we're starting to look at those sites, and that's what we're hoping this grant will help us move that forward. And we keep working regionally to kind of move these things forward. And then, of course, I will let John, hopefully if John's on, talk about the upcoming Astoria hosting the planning conference. And so we're also targeting to speak at that. And so I think that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe toot a few horns for some of the folks here. When some of you know that I used to be at City of Astoria before I came to DLCD, and Jeff Adams, when he was in City of Cannon Beach, his first go round, was instrumental in getting kind of a coordinated effort between all the jurisdictions to regionally look at housing. And that really kind of kicked things off in Clatsop County. Jeff left to go to the East Coast, and some things got moved forward when the county had Alyssa Gertler as a kind of a regional kind of housing coordinator. But Jeff Adams is back, and really, I mean, I'm going to say that all the jurisdictions are working on housing and really meeting on a regular basis to regionally talk about the housing in Clatsop County. It's something similar is done in Tillamook County, but it's a little bit different flavor. And it's good to have Jeff Adams back and to work with all the other great planners that are up in Clatsop County. So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit before we got off you a little bit too far, Jeff Adams. Now to Jeff Flory in Seaside, and talk about the work that you're doing with your comp plan update and everything else you.
Brett, I'll jump in. I think that Jeff Flory had to jump off. I don't think he's on anymore.
Okay.
We actually have our first public hearing for the adoption of the comp plan tonight. So he's getting everything together for that hearing tonight. So he had to jump off, but that is an exciting thing. We're starting the adoption process. That's been 2 years in the making. Been done a lot of public outreach, learned a lot. One of the interesting things, of course, working on the coast is the uniqueness of all the requirements in some of the chapters. So that's been a learning experience, but it's been really well done. And I think, thanking all the partners that have been involved with getting to where we are. So that was one. And in terms of housing, Seaside, I'm also working with Jeff on their middle housing code update. So that's something that they're working on. And I think that that's, they're really pushing the limits on that too. Not being required to do that, and then actually moving forward and doing some of those things that some of the larger cities have done, similar to what's happening in Tillamook County, is it's pretty positive. And I think it's again, understanding the need for as much housing as we can figure out along the coast. So hopefully that fills in for Jeff Flory's absence.
Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's keep on going. Is Garrett still here from Crest, but he's the planner from Gerhardt. Is Garrett?
Yeah, Brett, he's actually meeting with the city, and Garrett are meeting right now, so he gave me a list. Hello, everyone. I'm Denise Loffman. I'm the executive director at Crest, and Garrett is our senior coastal planner. He does the land use planning for the city of Gerhardt. So Gerhardt is getting ready to do some code amendments for Goal 5 cultural area procedures. They're also currently considering doing some amendments related to state housing laws and Goal 18. And then I'll just hit Crest really quickly. We assist with the Regional Housing Task Force. Garrett really makes sure that all of the logistics for the group are running, and we're meeting regularly. And then we're also working, Jeff mentioned this, we're working with the city of Cannon Beach on a new non-structural solution along the estuary/shoreline for a condo association where the bank is eroding quite quickly. And then we also facilitate the Lower Columbia Solutions Group, which is a large stakeholder group that looks at dredge material management in the lower river and particularly at the mouth. And so it looks like there's going to be an expansion of a nearshore placement site south of the South Jetty. And so that's kicking off right now, as well as an assessment of the group. We're doing some surveys and interviews with folks. It's been about 10 years or so, and just making sure that the group is serving stakeholders in a way that makes sense for everyone. Thanks, Brett.
Okay, thanks, Denise. And let's move up to Warrenton. Anne Marie Skinner, you're here with Judith, and welcome, Anne Marie, new planner up in Clatsop County.
Thanks, Brett. It's good to be back on the Oregon coast. I've been at Warrenton, my first day was May 1st. And prior to that, I was in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Prior to that, I was in Concord, New Hampshire. And prior to that, I was at Lincoln City with Andrea. So it's good to see familiar faces. And I want to say, first off, Judith, our planning technician, she's been here, I think, 2 years in the position, and she's done an amazing job. For anyone who knows, there's been quite a turnover, I guess, in planning directors in Warrenton. So Judith pretty much single-handedly has been keeping all the permits going and notices out and all that good stuff. So we are very fortunate to have her. As far as what we're working on, we're in the process of revamping our development process to try and get that streamlined and more efficient. I am going through the code. I have a long list of things that need to be updated and things that are inconsistent, things that are unclear in relation to not only all the new legislation, but also just things that have been in existence for a long time that I'm not sure why they haven't been changed. They just don't make sense. Or as someone else said, it's just silent. And so you're left scratching your head, or in one place it'll give the applicability and then it doesn't give a process for it. I could go on. So like I said, I have quite the list, and also Judith and I are going to be working on getting the files organized in a question that came up with, and speaking of people who yell at you, yes, that has occurred several times since I've been here. And it's Warrenton needs to hire a competent planner. And that was pleasant. But in researching that project, I wanted to look at the former zoning maps and the former zoning ordinance, and they're nowhere to be found. So that is on my list, to go through the storage and find those, because those are key when you're looking back for nonconformities and such. But so a long list of things, getting the zoning code updated and understandable, getting it so that it has clear and objective standards, so that the planning commission won't deny something that's now being appealed to the city council because they denied it on not clear and objective standards, and it's housing. And the list goes on. So we're going to be busy for the next foreseeable future.
I empathize with you, Anne Marie. I totally understand it. Good luck.
I'm sure you do, David. Thanks.
bit of quick advice. When we were in Seaside, I think last year, we finished digitizing all the previous PAPA notices. And that was a huge help for records wise for us to be able to go look at those. So if you need that stuff, that's a good resource.
Yeah,
Well, that and Brett has, apparently the PAPA has not been gone through or updated since last June, so almost a year ago. And that's actually what got me to looking for previous zoning ordinances and because I thought, oh, well, this will be easy. I'll just go to the files, get the ordinance, find out when it was done, update it in the PAPA. No such luck. So it's on my list, Brett. I have not forgotten you. It's just going to be a lot more digging into files somewhere that I don't even know where they are to get it updated. So
yeah, and you and I can work through more on the PAPA database on that and looking at those. What Scott was mentioning, looking at old records going back before there was a digital PAPA system. There were when it was just the hard files. Those have now been digitized. So we can talk more about that.
Okay, yeah, that would be very helpful. Very helpful indeed.
Anne Marie, if you're wrapped up, I saw that Jill Jill had raised her hand. Jill, did you have a question?
Had a question about the PAPA database. We were receiving some, we weren't actually receiving them, but our applicants were receiving some fictitious invoices. And we did track it down that it's tied to your guys' database. And I wasn't sure if anybody told you guys that or not. So just FYI, anybody that has that happening, we thought it was tied to our applications that were online. So we stopped posting our applications online. And then when we found it, it actually is because it's posted in the PAPA database.
Interesting.
So what they're doing is they're doing these huge invoices and then they find the county it comes from and they make the invoice look like it comes from the county. And of course, the address to pay it is not the county's address. And so we had somebody almost pay one and we caught it.
We've seen that too with scammers looking through just public database files for all sorts of different stuff. So our planners on staff have been getting invoice emails because their name and email are in a staff report, so it's widespread and it's kind of not good.
Yeah,
it's not. So just FYI, you guys might want to think about that security wise.
Jill, did you keep anything like an example email?
Yeah, I'll have Amy send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep on going, heading north. Tiffany, do you want to talk about what's happening in Astoria?
Yes, thank you. So much, I guess. Astoria continues to experience a steady volume of development activity. We have a major hospital expansion, museum expansion. In fact, our skyline is dotted with cranes and lots of construction fencing to relate to that. Our department's had a focus on transitioning our projects that have TCOs to final COs, which represents about 160 dwelling units. That's been a big push to get them over the finish line. We are continuing to improve our efficiency and modernizing some systems. We've implemented a new vacation rental licensing program, and we're about to implement an STR monitoring software. About to launch that. That will help with a lot of our day-to-day activities. We've implemented a new development review process and permits applications for that. And we've in the process of overhauling our entire website for the department and updating all of our applications. Like many of you, we've been digitizing our files, all of our land use permits since 1962. We've put together into a major list, which has been a major project that our retired city planner Rosemary has been working on. Like, definitely tap into some of those retired planners to get that institutional knowledge documented. A lot of that is spearheaded by John Roberts, our community development director. He's been here a little over a year now, and when you're, I guess, come in new, you kind of have fresh eyes and can see where it's difficult to try to track and find all of the zoning maps is a big one, right? And to see the history of where we've been, where we want to be going. We've been working on updating our comprehensive plan, our development code, like many of you. That's ongoing. We just finished a big sign code update and some housekeeping amendments. We're working on now updating lighting and landscaping, amongst some other things. And then some fun projects. We're looking at doing some art and utility box transformer kind of screening initiative. Would love to hear from the group if you've had any experience with that. And we're looking forward to the Seaside APA conference in September. We'll be having quite a few, we've suggested some mobile workshops, and hopefully we'll see many of you in Astoria for those, including one that I'll be one of the motormen on the trolley tour. So definitely come see how the redevelopment of the waterfront in Astoria has done. And then some other housing projects. We're looking at some a customs house development. We have a TGM grant for the Tongue Point area to hopefully expand some housing in that area. We've had one housing project, take advantage of the Senate Bill 1537 for reduction in parking. But that's just one of hopefully others that will come in the future. So that's about it.
Very good, Tiffany. Thank you so much. So moving now in along the Columbia River, I know we don't have anyone here from Clatskanie, and I didn't see anyone from Vernonia, and I didn't see anyone from Columbia County here today. But if someone popped on from Columbia County, please let me know. I didn't see anyone today. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. One thing I would say is, that at least in North Coast, I'm hearing a lot of folks talk about updates that you've got going to your comp plans and zoning ordinances, and if they're along the way any drafts that can be shared with us along the way, that's always appreciative. Especially if they get into some of the technical issues, with a lot of the coastal issues particularly, to share those with me and other subject matter specialists. That's always great to be able to provide some feedback before those go into the post-acknowledgement plan amendment phase. So just throwing that out there for everyone. If you have those, it's much appreciated whenever we can take a look at that in advance. So Lisa, I think that's got it for the North Coast.
Excellent. Lots going on for sure. I want to open it up to our agency folks now. So we've got 5 minutes left, and then we have time at the end to add in another 5 minutes. And then I just want to take a pulse check here with folks if we can go through the break, since we really got a fairly short afternoon. And if that's okay, I don't see any vigorous shaking of heads on the few folks that are on. We can grab that 10 minutes as well, but just kind of keep that in mind, agency people. When we get into the in-person meeting in Florence, we're going to have more time. So if you've got things that might be better for that time, just think about it in that way. So I'm just going to go on. I'm just going to call out the agency because I see multiples from some of the agencies. So since Jebra, you turned on your camera and you're on my screen, is there anything you want to bring forward from DSL for folks today?
Fabulous. Yes, I do. A couple of people have mentioned the OPN listserv. I forward news items from DSL to that listserv. It's a great listserv. I also communicate with you guys a lot about listserv. It's been great to see a lot of you that I've been emailing with, or people that have been here in the past. So if you are new, I'm going to put my email into the chat, and please email so that we can communicate about, you know, what is DSL and how do you coordinate with us. Also, I just wanted to say that I finally have a mailing list for updates to the statewide wetlands inventory. So if you go to our, I'll put a link to that also in our website. And Lisa, you know that I now have a second aquatic resource planner at DSL, and she should be on, and I'd love for her to introduce herself because this is her first coastal planning meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. Hi, everyone. I'm Jess Salgado, other aquatic resource planner with DSL. And I'm, for the most part, just reviewing local wetlands inventories right now. Just approved one last week for Yachats, so coastal wetlands are on my mind.
Oh, we like to hear that. Unless it's bad, then we don't like hearing that.
No, good,
welcome,
thanks.
welcome, Jess. It's wonderful to have you on board.
Thank you.
And I'm sure Deborah's thrilled. And that's fantastic. And so hopefully we'll get to see you, even if it's just online, but hopefully we'll get to see you again at the fall meeting, and maybe spend a little bit more time with DSL on any issues you guys have that we can throw on the agenda. Is there anything else, Trevor?
I would love to, but I'm not going to. I will do it via email for people who haven't heard the spiel before.
Okay, you can also put it in chat too if you want to do a condensed version. Let's see, how about ODFW? I saw Joy and Amy. I don't know if either, and I just didn't catch everybody else. So if there's someone else.
Lisa?
Yeah.
We may have someone raise their hand.
You did. Hi, Chief Barrett. Oh, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hey, thank you everybody for all the information, and keep protecting our wetlands. We just flooded Haiichiktatu on Friday. So we finally have wetlands on the Siuslaw now for salmon and lamprey. So it was pretty awesome and exciting to do it after 12, 15 years of messing with ODOT and everybody else involved. But Siuslaw watershed, the tribes, and McKenzie River Trust were all together in that. So thank you. I lunch.
Thank you very much, Chief. Okay, ODFW. If we still have folks on, I know Joy was here earlier. Amy was here. They all almost. Looks like it. Okay. And I hear none. How about OPRD? Let's see.
Hi, it's Laurel from.
Hi, Laurel. I didn't see your name pop up. I'm glad. Thank you for jumping
Yes,
on.
sorry, Tyler had to leave, and I think Kevin too. But don't have really any updates, but I noticed that there are a lot of new folks. So just a reminder that if you guys have projects on or near the beach or the Ocean Shore State Recreation Area, or if you're updating code or comp plans that have a nexus with the beach, so shoreline protective structures, doing grading, it would be great, to involve us as early as possible in that, because we have a permitting process for those projects if they cross over on the other side of the vegetation line or the statutory vegetation line, which could be inland of the line of vegetation. So it might not be clearly obvious that it's beach, but it could be within our jurisdiction if it was beach in the late 60s. So, but if you have any questions or anything, feel free to reach out to any of our staff. Our information is on our website at oregon.gov/ocean shore, or I can post it in the chat as well. So Tyler would probably be your main contact, but I'm happy to take questions and put them to the right person.
Laurel, you make me think. I know we did something like this. I can't remember if I was in this position or as the regional rep, but I recall seeing a document that I think we put together, but maybe not, that kind of outlined everybody's responsibilities for the local governments. And I think that would be super helpful to reinvigorate that document. So if I can find it, or if we can pull it together and run it by everybody, make sure we capture everybody's place in the diagram, right? And the mapping, I think that'd be great. Thank you for using your time to kind of highlight how you guys interact with local jurisdictions. Let's see, I'm just looking through the list here, and I don't see any other state agency people. Is that a true statement? We heard from Crest, and we've got the 3 main agencies that we interact with a lot, that will interact a lot with you. Anybody else? Wow, okay, well.
Lisa, we have
Yeah,
South
yeah.
Slough.
Oh, that we've even been texting. Deborah, would you like, thank you. Thank you, Rena. You know, I gave up caffeine 31 years ago, and every day I wonder if that was a mistake. Deborah, would you like to, one, introduce yourself, and then if there's anything to share?
Sure. Thank you, Lisa. So my name is Deborah Rudd, and I'm the new Training and Engagement Outreach Coordinator with the South Slough Reserve. Some of you may know my predecessor, Saber Comet. So I will be in that role. I have been with Reserve since 2006 as the Public Involvement Coordinator, so I'm very familiar with our coast. I've just been working with a different, more education style audience. So I'm just here listening in, trying to get to know everyone, trying to see where we can engage. And the Reserve has a lot of expertise in certain areas, and there may be ways that we can help with training or connecting folks with people who have knowledge of specific things that they need to do. And I just thank you for letting me join today.
Yeah, no problem. Great to have you on board.
It looks like there's Amy Dar with
Did
ODS.
she come back? Okay, because I called her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Amy, are you there? And would you like to say anything for ODFW?
I'm here. I was gone from 1 to 2 for a conflicting meeting, so I'm not sure. Are we still in that round table is what I'm
We
guessing?
are, and it's just updates. We're running a little late, but I want to make sure that if there's anything that ODFW.
I didn't like super prepare. I guess it's just we've been getting involved with or just on board with the coastal project, resilience planning project that Moses will be talking about here shortly. Kind of getting our appropriate representatives on board. There is a little bit of a scramble, and then a whole lot of federal consistency stuff going on with that for us at the coast with DLCD, as you well know, Lisa. So yeah, just very busy with all sorts of permit reviews and everything right now. So
yeah, there's no shortage of work. Okay, thank you, Amy. And with that, I think we can move on. Chris, sorry, Chris, I keep missing hands here.
No, that's okay. And I know we need to move on, so I'll be fast because I know I got to introduce myself earlier. I just wanted to say one other thing, which is If anyone ever just needs a friendly face at NOAA and it's not my part of NOAA and it might not be part of what I do, or you don't even know if that might be or not, but you're just trying to connect with someone within the agency, feel free to reach out to me and I can help make those connections as needed. I actually sit, like where my physical office location is at a weather service office. And I know there are staff within that office who I think probably work with some of you, or at least some others in your cities and counties. They work with in emergency managers as well. They certainly have connections to tsunami related work and forecasting and other things. So again, beyond just what the coastal program does, if anyone is looking for other connections to NOAA just in general, feel free to reach out. I'll put my email in the chat here.
And she's not just saying that, she means it. And NOAA's been a great partner. We've done some work down in the South Coast recently around economics. So there's a lot of tools out there. Even with funding challenges, there's still a lot of good resources out there that we can take advantage of. Okay. All right then. Let's move into again, Meg and Rhiannon will be regaling us with yet another fantastic topic that many of you probably are aware of.
And can you grant us screen sharing abilities again, please?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mandy on it.
Looks like Meg should have it. Meg's co-host, Rhiannon, you.
I was. I guess I'm not
Yeah,
anymore.
it needs to be Rhiannon. She's got the magic slides. Yeah, lady.
Here we go. Thank you. Okay, perfect. And that should be loading, and I'll let you take the first couple slides, Meg.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so many of you may remember back to November when we hosted 2 workshops on the coast, one on the North Coast and one on the South Coast, to try to help us build this peer learning network on the topic of coastal resilience and policy. So it's kind of like the idea is that it's a subset of this group right here, this network of coastal land use planners. And all of you are invited to be a part of it. And it's really just to be a supportive peer learning group on the topic of coastal resilience. And obviously that's a very broad topic and can mean a lot of different things and different things to different people. But we really just want it to be a peer learning network and an opportunity to share and learn from each other. And so we've been kind of trying different ways of supporting this with our limited time and capacity and all of your limited time and capacity. So we did these in-person workshops, and we're hoping to continue with webinars and other opportunities in the future, which we'll talk about more. But I think these first workshops are a really good starting point, and I'll pass it to Rhiannon to kind of talk a little bit more about how those went and kind of things that we learned from that and next steps.
Thanks, Meg. So as Meg said, we've had a couple of workshops so far. The ones in November were focused on coastal resilience, and they were specific to our coastal planners. And so that was kind of our kickoff to this network. We partnered with Sea and Shore Solutions, and the 2-day events were sponsored by Pew Charitable Trust. So it was a great partnership between the 3 different agencies to pull this all together. We had the first day in Pacific City and then a second day in Coos Bay. So tried to split it up to make sure that people were able to join in person. And the focus again was resilience and hazards and how we can assist each other and share ideas and lessons learned based on resilience type projects and networking throughout the day too. We discussed different resilience terms and some of their real world applications and the fact that there's no one size fits all for some of these terms. And so what does that actually look like in day-to-day planning as well as long range planning? We also highlighted some of DLCD's resilience and climate focused projects that we've been working on and activities within the agency. And then we had a really great local planners discussion panel, which some of you on the call had taken part in. And so highlighted some of the voluntary plan amendments, specifically to the coastal goals. We talked about land acquisition projects and then other local resilience projects dealing with utilities and water and a whole different range of resilience projects. And then we closed both days by playing the watershed game, which was a big hit with all the participants. It was a really great chance to have an hands-on group kind of problem solving activity, and a really fun way to end both of the days. And it was a really good chance for some of the new planners who attended to be able to connect with some of the more seasoned planners, and just have a really good kind of fun way to talk about different resilience and planning issues. Then in April, we had a coastal hazards and nature-based solutions workshop, which a number of you also attended. And this one was hosted by the Coastal Processes and Hazards Working Group, which is a partnership between DLCD, OSU, OPRD, Dogami, Surfrider, Sea Grant, and Oregon Shores. And we had a number of planners there. We also had contractors. We had a number of researchers and students, a lot of advocacy group representatives. So it was a really wide array of different people and different voices in the room. We had all of the state agencies in attendance to give updates. We had another really great local planners discussion panel talking about hazard and resilience planning in Coos County that Jill gave. History of coastal planning and lessons learned in Lincoln County, and then highlighting some of the resilience projects that are ongoing in Lincoln City. And we had a really great roundtable discussion at the end of the first day. And then the second day was focused more on nature-based and non-structural solutions for shoreline stabilization. And during that day, we had a really fun interactive scenario-based group activity where each group developed non-structural nature-based solutions for a coastal erosion issue that was focused at Heceta Head. And so it was different people from each of those different focus backgrounds all at the same table, so that there was a really good mix at each group, and everybody came up with really interesting different solutions. Following both of those workshops, we sent out surveys to see what would be interesting to the group for next steps. As Meg said, we want to continue this on and make sure that it's as useful for everybody as possible. And some of the things that stood out from the group were building and retaining coastal workforce, hazard disclosures, working with elected officials and emergency managers, and how we can perceive change as an opportunity rather than a hurdle. Policy and regulatory challenges came up a lot, as well as barriers. And then the FEMA BIOP was another one that a lot of people would like to see in future events or trainings. I'll pass back to Meg.
Great, thanks. So yeah, we'll be continuing to work on this. I mean, it's kind of like as we have the time to do it, we make little baby steps on this. So there will be webinars. I can't promise you a timeline of when that will happen, but that is something that we hope to do. But one thing that we are doing that is a next step, and Tiffany mentioned this too, is the OAPA conference that's happening this year in Seaside. Is a great place. I hope to see a lot of you there to talk about different topics, and including coastal topics. And we will hopefully, I mean, haven't heard back yet, but we submitted a session to OAPA on a next step for this Coastal Resilience Network, and it will be taking some of those things that Rhiannon just mentioned in the survey and doing small breakout groups around those topics for people to kind of further go into detail around those topics and kind of figure out next steps and what they need to move forward on those topics. So that is coming up, and we hope that you'll come to that session if you're able to. We also have some other sessions that we were a part of on different coastal topics as well. So hopefully those will also get accepted. And I'm looking forward to hearing about all of your different sessions and workshops and things too. So I hope it's a good networking opportunity for all of us. But if you have ideas, or if you have resources you want to share, or you have needs or questions you want to talk about right now, please reach out to Rhiannon and I at any time. And we're happy to keep this conversation going. And I think that's it. And we'll take any questions if there are any, and then pass on to the next person. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Let's see if there's anything in chat. Hopefully people have been having good experiences. The workshops have been getting really good feedback. And so for folks that haven't attended, reach out to your partners here online and see what their thoughts are and if it's worth your energies, because we certainly think that it is. Great, then we will move into now, Moses. Thanks for being ready on the fly there. And talking about hit the project down south around coastal resilience.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Can everyone see my screen there?
Yep.
Great. And it should be my slide, not my notes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and let me turn up my volume here a little. Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Moses. For those who don't know me, I'm with DLCD. I am the Coastal Resilience Coordinator is my relatively new title. My prior title was Estuary Resilience Coordinator, doing very similar work, and I'll tell you a little bit about that and what I'm doing now. I have been with DLCD now for 6.5 years, and I come via the science world. My background is in oceanography and coastal ecology, and so I tend to approach things with a lens looking at a lot of those things first, but I have branched out and learned a lot about community engagement and planning as well, and trying to unite all of those things together. So I mentioned that I used to be the Estuary Resilience Coordinator, and so I was doing very similar work, and I helped write and complete 4 estuary resilience action plans, or ERAPs as we call them. These are on a county by county basis. Initially did Coos and Tillamook counties, then did Lincoln and Lane. And the initial effort for this was piloted in Coos County in partnership with the U of O, who completed a companion plan there, the Coos Bay Climate Hazards Adaptation Plan for the Coos Estuary itself. And I focused on the rest of the county. And then we replicated and adapted our methods in some other counties. And that process was supported by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Now we're supported through funds from the Inflation Reduction Act, which slightly changed the scope and the approach for what we're trying to do now. But now I am focused on Curry and Douglas counties down south. But the ultimate result from this effort for the Estuary Resilience Action Plans engaged over 400 stakeholder organizations and individuals, 5 tribal nations, and we conducted 16 community listening sessions, as well as workshops in the communities there, and identified over 130 actions that our local partners were willing to engage and support. So we're hoping to do somewhat similar work now in Curry and Douglas counties, although slightly different scope, as I mentioned. Focus more broadly than just estuaries and beyond just nature-based solutions, which is what NIFWF had me focus on. And so now we're looking at whole coast resilience. And that's for the current period right now, 2025 to 2027. Beyond that, who knows where things might go. We have yet to conduct this kind of work in Clatsop or maybe even Columbia counties, and possibly some other communities that are not estuarine in the prior counties. So just thinking ahead, what we might be able to do or what's left to do. So what does resilience action planning actually involve? Well, 3 basic goals here that we've identified. We want to develop the action plans that are focused on local resilience that help to cultivate relationships in both counties, including with us, the state, federal agencies, our network program partners, local organizations, local governments, nonprofit organizations, and many other organizations locally throughout the counties. And the aim here is to help complement and coordinate with some existing efforts. The second goal is to characterize local vulnerability, risks, threats from natural hazard impacts, identifying critical and environmental infrastructure, vulnerable populations, and other social factors that may be impacted by natural hazards. So this can include identifying local assets, resources, and populations that may be of interest or value to local communities, whether logistically or culturally, but are not yet directly threatened by natural hazards at the moment, and can include or will include broader community outreach and engagement efforts to pull in those multiple perspectives from across the community, identifying local needs, concerns, priorities, etc. And the third goal is to identify what the resilience opportunities are on the landscape primarily. So this can include specific recommendations, actions, projects, or activities to improve local resilience where there's demonstrated need. And I like to focus on actions that are feasible, reasonable, achievable, affordable, etc. And provide support and capacity for local partners to pursue funding and implement those projects that we identify. So the idea here is that we're identifying where the needs are, we develop out specific actions that can address those needs, and do what we can to provide capacity and support to help move those or advance those projects towards completion. Often these projects are very site specific, but can also include more non-structural ideas. We meet quarterly as a group to discuss the development of these plans and identifying these hazards and vulnerabilities and opportunities. And the meeting goals are to represent local interests, help guide development of those plans, define and refine the steps of our process, shape and review the materials as they're developed, and provide local and technical perspectives using the best available information. So the scope and approach of the process here, much like those of you who maybe participated in or are familiar with the ERAP, is really intended to be bottom up and community driven to represent local concerns. As good as DLCD is at understanding coastal communities and coastal concerns, folks like myself aren't a coastal local, certainly not on the South Coast. And so, I do my best to make sure that we're hearing from a broad swath of the community to make sure that I can grasp what those local needs and concerns are so that they're best represented in our planning process. So those local community organizations and individuals help lead that, the planning process, and I play the role of facilitator and coordinator. This also includes specific points of targeted community outreach and engagement. So this can look like public meetings, listening sessions, workshops. We distribute surveys, also do individual interviews, and engage with community leaders, organizations, municipal governments, academia, local business, et cetera, et cetera. There's a few points in the process where we do that specifically, and then throughout the process as opportunities present themselves. The process also aims to be scientifically grounded and guided. We lean heavily on existing and the most up-to-date research where we can find it and where it's relevant, as well as data, mapping, and other information. And we're assisted by technical expertise. So we have the Oregon Coastal Management Program and our networked partners here. We also are partnering with OSU Extension and the Cascadia COPES Hub at OSU, and any others that we can pull in with relevant skill sets and institutional knowledge. We also leverage existing and anticipated planning efforts. So this includes right now the Willamette Partnership. They're conducting some efforts down south that we're partnering with them on, as well as OSU Extension, as I mentioned. We also look at existing planning. So the natural hazard mitigation plans are a primo example for Douglas and Curry counties, which are fantastic plans that already outline a lot of the needs and a lot of the actions that need to be done in these counties. And so working with those and trying to identify where the opportunities are to advance some of those actions, as well as identifying any gaps in planning for coastal resilience has been the focus so far. And the plans aim to be unique to each jurisdiction. So as the local partners are engaged in the process and help inform all of it. The plans take shape and they become tailor-made for the jurisdiction and really reflect who's in the room and the engagement and the level of feedback that we receive to fill in planning gaps as needed. So the study area, I mentioned we're looking at coastal Douglas and Curry counties. So this includes anything that in the geographic scope of the coastal zone, which you can see on the left there. So that's generally defined as everything westward of the, or seaward of the coast, the crest of the coast range out to sea. So that's all on the table, although the scope here really is looking at natural hazards and their impacts. So the focus of the project is on coastal resilience. The project area may extend to beyond just the coastline areas where we identify adaptation options that may meaningfully improve local resilience. You can look at the graphics there on the right. So this is a threat index of flood-related data sets. And I know flooding is not the only hazard to focus on, but it's often one of the ones that comes up the most, whether it's through storm surge or tidal flooding or tsunami or any other form of flooding. But that's where we often see some of the biggest impacts. And a lot of the communities on the Oregon coast are situated where there's already water or where water historically was or could be, so it's often top of mind. So this index, you can see the brighter red areas are the areas where we have more compounded flood threats. And it often lines up with where we see a lot of our communities already. So that's just one example to highlight why we're focused on natural hazards in the coastal zone here, because it intersects with so many of our community needs and community resilience. So planning efforts in recent years have sought to build local capacity for these communities for coastal resilience and implementation. So with our Inflation Reduction Act funding now, we're seeking to leverage that opportunity to unify some of this coordination and bolster local planning efforts to strengthen partnerships for future coastal planning and management. So we're supported by a lot of partnerships throughout this. So we have our quarterly resilience meetings that I mentioned. We just had a couple recently in Reedsport and Gold Beach. And everyone is invited to these. These are public meetings, but I do targeted outreach to invite the representatives from the organizations that you see here on the left. So cities and counties, ports, watershed councils, land trusts, the agencies, the universities, the tribes, nonprofits, etc. So those are a lot of the folks that I lean on, and you'll notice it's kind of in the natural resource / land use planning realm. And those are going to be the folks, those practitioners are going to be able to give me some of the best informed perspectives in terms of planning. And then the broader community is engaged throughout the process. And you can see some of the ways in which we engage them that I already mentioned. And that's how we cast our net a little wider to make sure that we're including perspectives that go beyond just the local planning practitioners. So a couple of partnerships that I want to call out. I did mention OSU Extension. So they are based in Gold Beach in Curry County, and they are conducting some work to assess local water systems and drinking water source protection. So I'm working with them as far as those needs are concerned. The Cascadia COPES Hub, which is a network of 4 universities, I believe, led by OSU here in Oregon. They are also conducting some community outreach with the aim of understanding, similarly to me, what the local needs and concerns are for natural hazard resilience. And then they're going to translate that into some mapping products. So I'm coordinating with them on some of their outreach and engagement, particularly through surveys and some community meetings. And so we'll be doing that moving forward. And then lastly, the Willamette Partnership, who's a nonprofit organization, and they are also looking at water systems. They're a little more focused on infrastructure in particular, which I know some of the communities on the South Coast are really challenged with drinking water infrastructure needs. So all of these folks are helping to coordinate and support this process here in Douglas and Curry counties. This is what our general timeline looks like right now. So phase 1 is the phase we're focused on right now. That's where we're really looking at input and context. So document collection and review, establishing the local context with our initial community outreach and engagement that we're moving into right now. Phase 2 is assessing vulnerability. So that's includes ongoing community outreach and engagement as opportunities allow, but really starts to transition into assessing our vulnerability. So what are the vulnerable assets, both social and physical, the resources, the populations that we see as at risk or under threat that we want to protect? What are the specific hazards, risks, and threats based on the research, the literature, the data, the mapping? And then synthesizing all of that, what we've seen in the data and what we've gathered from our local communities to paint the picture of vulnerability locally for these communities. And then phase 3 is our adaptation strategy planning. So we aim to characterize a detailed menu of potential strategies and actions with as many details as we can to lay out the path forward for implementation for each of those projects, like you've seen in many other action planning efforts. And then identifying how we can assist communities with planning and implementation of these projects, and then finalizing that all into some action plans. So we aim to have the final action plans for Douglas and Curry roughly in fall 2027. Beyond that, there may be some additional funding to carry forward to think about assisting other communities in other counties. And we'll see, that's a bit TBD. We'll see how we do that. So to give you an example of our adaptation actions, this is a screen cap from our Tillamook Estuary Resilience Action Plan, but it looks something like this, where like many other action plans, we've identified, what is the project that we're looking to do, who's going to lead it, who's going to be involved, what's the status of it, how soon do we see it being implemented. The green columns that you see there, it was the result of an iterative process to do a prioritization ranking where, just basic rankings, basic categories. So how easy is it? How impactful do we see it on local resilience? What's the cost? And how do we rank the priority of these actions? There's many other details that were clipped off to the right here that include things like what are the milestones and timelines, what are the anticipated outcomes, and other details that we would need to know to move these forward. I think one of the benefits of the process that we have adapted and developed through the resilience action planning is that a lot of other action planning processes that I've encountered in Oregon and other places are very high level. So they say, well, we need to plan more for climate change impacts, or we need to update local ordinances and planning to accommodate certain needs, but they lack specificity often, and they often lack, a pin on the map. So to say, well, where can we actually engage in a resilience project? And so for as best as I'm able, I try to be very specific with our projects so that we know where it's happening and what exactly is happening, what it's going to cost, where the money's going to come from, with the idea that we're really trying to help tee up the ball for local jurisdictions and local partners to target the funds that are going to support these projects, and then so that they know what they need to do to move these projects forward. And some of these projects, if you're familiar with them or if you're not, you may notice that there are things that were possibly already planned for, maybe for many years. So I'm not just looking at to come up with new ideas in this process. A lot of the times it's identifying projects that are already underway. Maybe they're at 30% design, but we don't know where the money is going to come from to complete the designs and to move it forward to break ground. So trying to pick those up where they're at and move them forward is often the focus of it. So I did mention the natural hazard mitigation plans for Douglas and Curry, which really are fantastic and have already identified a lot of actions. So in some ways makes my job a little bit easier knowing generally the scope of work that needs to be done, but then picking them up and moving those projects forward as best as we can. And at the same time, identifying any gaps and other opportunities that might come across the desk. So for Tillamook and Coos, we identified 72 actions here. When we did Lincoln and Lane counties, which we wrapped up last year, we identified another 55 actions. Quite a few of these projects have moved forward and gone on to be implemented, and quite a few are already in motion as well. So what does that look like then for where we're at and where we're headed next? So community outreach and engagement is the step of the process that we're moving into right now. So looking to plan out over the summer some community listening sessions, both in person and online, as well as coordinating on surveys and individual interviews and other community engagement opportunities. So again, this is to cast our net broadly to say, okay, well, we've heard from the local jurisdictions and the agencies and the watershed councils and the port authorities and so far. But we want to hear from the broader community organizations. What are their concerns? And to try and see how those articulate with what we already know are the needs in the local coastal areas. Engaging with additional partners along the way as we do this and other interested parties that may have some needs and concerns and priorities that need to be addressed. Also, ongoing coordination with those partners, those technical partners that I mentioned, and continuing to evaluate the literature, data, and mapping as we're gathering all this community feedback, and identifying areas and opportunities to add value and address potential gaps. So I mentioned quarterly meetings. So we already wrapped up our spring quarterly meetings. So I'm aiming to do a summer quarterly meeting probably late in the summer. And the reason for this is because a lot of people have busy summer field seasons, particularly, the watershed councils and the agencies and those kinds of folks. And plus everybody tends to take vacations later in the summer. So we'll try to catch everyone as they're coming back and gearing up for their fall work in the late summer. So probably early September. And I'll send out notices and announcements for when those are happening. And you all are invited and encouraged to attend and contribute your perspectives and feedback to those meetings. And this summer meetings are going to look at synthesizing the vulnerability information that we've gathered to date, both from our local communities as well as from the data and research and literature that's out there. And then really turning our eyes now to start developing out the potential adaptation action ideas that we've identified already and will identify throughout our community engagement pieces and what those needs are in the next steps to start fleshing those actions out and moving them forward. So that then later in the process, we can bring those back to our communities through some adaptation planning workshops to say, hey, here's everything we heard. Does this sound right? Did we miss anything? Are we characterizing things appropriately? And here's what we're planning to do. And so the goal there is to get some community buy-in. And so when our local partners go to submit their grant applications, they can start to check a lot of the boxes that NOAA or FEMA or even OWEB or any of the other big funders might be looking for in terms of community engagement and coordination and planning for some of these projects. So really just trying to give everybody a leg up on moving these projects forward. And that's a summary of what I'm doing, and that's what I got for you. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? And certainly you can also reach out to Moses independently or put some questions in the chat if you're just kind of mulling over something that's in your brain. But this is really exciting, and one day we hope to see this, as this plays out, we'd like to see it replicated up the rest of the coast, and with the ERAPs in place in most every other community and county, then we have a foundation to start with. So Clatsop would be the one place where we have neither of those pieces in play, and so that could be a next step depending on where we can find some funding and if communities are interested in going to that next level. So, oh, thank you very much, Moses. You jumped off the screen. I don't know if you meant to, but thank you. Okay, so next we have, how about everybody just take a 5-minute break just to, and then we'll come back at 2:45 and hear from Pew and Jenna with the housing division for the agency. So just take a second, stand up, look outside, open up your window, get some fresh air. I think that whenever you're having a day that just drags on and on and on, join a meeting and then be told you only have 5 minutes for a break and watch how fast that time flies by. I think that's just something I just learned this in the last 5 minutes. All right. Let's see. Hi, Annie.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Mandy, can you give her authorities to share her screen?
Hi, everyone. Let's see if that worked.
It should be good now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is everybody seeing my screen?
Well, we see it starting. Yep. Looks good.
Awesome. Great. All right. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me some space to talk today. My name is Annie Merrill. I'm a principal associate with the Pew Charitable Trust. You might have met my colleague Bobby at the Coastal Resilience Workshops DLCD hosted last November. And I'm just filling in for him today to talk a little bit about public-private partnerships in coastal planning and also share some of the work that Pew is doing in this space. So for a little bit of background context on who the Pew Charitable Trust is, we're an independent, nonpartisan organization that uses data to inform public policy. We were founded in 1948, and our work spans a wide range of focus areas, including topic areas related to public health, community building, government accountability, natural resource management, and environmental conservation. And we work on state, federal, and even international policy. And we conduct research to help understand social and environmental trends that can help improve and inform policy. So our U.S. Conservation Project, which I'm a part of, seeks to advance common sense solutions that address the impacts of a changing climate on nature and people. And so really our work focuses on sort of the interrelated solutions of protecting natural ecosystems, connecting aquatic and terrestrial habitats, developing and implementing plans and policies that can provide for science and resilience-informed management of important landscapes, assisting states in crafting resilience plans to prepare for threats like wildfire, flooding, and drought, and advancing nature-based climate mitigation solutions, such as the protection of blue carbon coastal habitats. And really these interrelated actions of protect, connect, prepare, manage, and mitigate really just aim to simultaneously conserve biodiversity and help people in nature adapt. And we have staff all across the nation who are advancing this work for different ecosystems and across different states. But we have a small team of 4 people working here in Oregon. And the U.S. Conservation Team affects policy change primarily by engaging collaboratively with policymakers, tribes, stakeholders, and other partners. We identify research and policy gaps and try and work to address them. And so we really do this by funding projects that partners are leading and really help to increase capacity for other organizations and government partners that have aligned initiatives and goals. We also, I guess it's important to note that we're not a foundation, we're a nonprofit, but we do fundraise specifically to resource projects. We also can provide technical assistance for decision makers and planners. We can leverage in-house policy and science experts that we have on staff, but we can also help link external experts to help address specific problems. We also organize and help with public engagement and outreach, Good public process is really important to us. And we aim to fill science and data gaps, usually through funding for to help answer a specific question or need that will then influence management or some kind of policy change. So that's just kind of how we're structured and how we work. There are 5 guiding principles that really guides a lot of our work on the Oregon coast related to planning. And these are principles that we believe constitute a resilient management plan. And really much of our work is focused on helping managers adopt some of these approaches and get the information that they need to effectively apply them. So these principles, we didn't invent them. They were developed by synthesizing existing research and best practices in resource management to understand kind of what adaptive management looks like in practice. And we basically just created a simple framework so that these principles can be scaled and applied to any kind of system or region. And really, we're just trying to help move management frameworks towards this more proactive and flexible, adaptable approach to simultaneously like help address changing environmental conditions, but also changing community needs. And in the context of local land use plans, communities could really benefit from a more flexible structure that can allow for more frequent plan amendments, for example. So that's sort of like our guiding star. However, we do acknowledge that there are financial and technical resources needed to make this approach more viable in Oregon and elsewhere. So we're really trying to look for ways to move this needle over time. And yeah, I just hope this gives a little bit more context on, what we see as important as a funder and as a partner. So yeah, with that being said, we're really big supporters of coastal planning and we're partners to the OCMP. And we recognize that long-range planning, proactive planning generally helps achieve some of these goals. So we share many of the same priorities. And I mean, the overarching thing is that we want to see outdated comprehensive plans and estuary management plans undergo updates, and when they do, consider resilience and think through, what conditions are going to look like in the future. And the work that we've done so far to support this, we've supported a handful of efforts to move planning work forward in the past 5 or so years on the Oregon coast, both as a funder and as a partner. So this is just a list of some of the examples. So far, we've helped Lincoln County secure contractor support for updating the Yaquina Bay Estuary Management Plan. And they were able to hire Willamette Partnership to assist with this process. We are also currently funding contractor support to float along the Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan update, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute because I think it's a really good case study for the benefits of public-private partnerships. And another thing that we've done, we really want to learn more about the sort of broader challenges to coastal planning that you all are experiencing. So we funded and supported the Oregon Coast Resilience Workshops that DLCD hosted last fall. We've also supported grant applications that the OCMP has submitted, such as, Project of Special Merit grants and NOAA's Climate Resilience Regional Challenge. And we're happy to provide letters of support wherever we can. And then as a last example, we also support scientific research. So a good example of this is the development of Oregon's Blue Carbon Inventory, where we funded and helped work with scientists to develop this inventory to inform management decisions on the coast. So I can drop a link to that at the end. I think that would be the best time to put all of the links together. So just to do a deeper dive into one of these projects to illustrate how private partner support can really be helpful. For example, in Coos Bay, Coos County and the cities of Coos Bay and North Bend have been working on updating the Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan for years now. And they were able to complete and adopt phase 1 of the plan in 2023, which set up a new committee process for the remainder of the plan update. And this is really because stakeholders and the public asked for a more involved public participation process going forward. And the second phase of the update is a lot more comprehensive in scope, so will require a lot of assistance and community buy-in. And without capacity and funding, these local governments didn't have the ability to get these committees started and coordinated to really prepare for the plan update. So we helped by hiring Sea and Shore Solutions to support the process and facilitate getting the committees organized, setting up a process for meeting, developing bylaws and procedures, and also developing a scope of work on, what all of these committees want to see in the second phase of the update, and really to focus priorities for the plan update, but also for funding. And they're now working on developing educational and training materials for all of the committee members to help them better understand how estuary management plans work, how they're applied in practice, and the land use planning program and coastal goals more broadly. And yes, Sea and Shores was able to help get everything started and float things along in this interim when the cities and the county are still seeking funding for the rest of the update. And they also created a website where they can house resources and provide meeting information and all of that. So the link is right here on the slide if you want to take a look and see what that could look like. And I think the takeaway here is having Sea and Shore Solutions kind of come in and provide some neutral facilitation services has really helped build trust between stakeholders who have diverse interests in this plan update. And it's also been helpful to kind of build a greater understanding of what the plan is and increasing transparency in the process, because everything is housed in the same place. There's resources and all kinds of information to help not only the committees, but the public follow along. And yeah, we're just hopeful that this kind of support could lead to better outcomes for the plan and take some of the pressure off of local governments to do it all. So this is just one example of how private funding can help support planning. So now that we've been in this space for a while, really trying to help push estuary management plan updates and move those forward, we also recognize that it's really important to hear from planners directly regarding your experiences and the barriers and challenges that you are facing doing long-range planning. So as we mentioned, we helped support these workshops that DLCD facilitated last fall. We also wrote a blog summarizing some of those take-homes. So I'm happy to share that link at the end. And I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but I just wanted to share some of our reflections and what we're hearing so far. So overall, we're hearing that local planning departments are dealing with systemic underinvestment in long-range planning and cannot realistically piecemeal grants together for big comprehensive planning projects. The challenges that planners are facing are seemingly growing and compounding between housing shortages, aging infrastructure, growing hazards, and environmental changes. It all just adds a lot of complexity to your work. We are also hearing, of course, Coastal planners also uphold extra land use goals that other cities and counties outside of the coastal zone don't. So this again adds to more complexity for long range planning on the coast. And then of course we're just hearing that investment in planning is needed, and it's cost effective and will ultimately save money in the long run and improve outcomes for permitting, housing, natural resource management. And we're learning that the need is far greater than estuary management plans, which was our original interest, but it obviously spans many other planning issues on the coast. So that's just a summary of what we're hearing. And although I think that leveraging private partnerships can be really helpful in moving the needle on some of this work, this funding it's such a large issue that it's far greater than what any private funder can realistically support. So Pew is happy to help wherever we can, but we can't, possibly fund every estuary management plan update across the coast. And especially with dwindling federal resources for coastal planning, we're recognizing that we really need increased state investment to really just sustain long-range planning in the long term and make sure that pending plan amendments can get over the finish line. And so we're shifting our focus to begin elevating this conversation and this funding issue across the state to local and state decision makers. We're talking to the Coastal Caucus as well as the governor's office to discuss this funding gap. And we're also able to support communications about planning challenges and why land use planning is so important. And we're interested in exploring other pathways for funding and resource sharing more broadly. So that's what we're thinking about for the upcoming years moving forward with this work. So I've done a lot of talking, and we're still really interested in learning and want to hear from you all on what your experiences are. And we also welcome any opportunity to discuss what your needs are, and would love to help explore like any kind of funding mechanisms that or ideas that folks might have to support long-range planning. And I think we have some time maybe to discuss kind of what partnerships have looked like in your communities, whether or not they have been helpful for planning. I'd also be curious to know, how you have been able to collaborate and share resources for planning efforts in your region. If anybody wants to share.
Annie, we've only got a couple minutes
Okay.
for questions
Questions? I'll take questions too.
or comments, but I would also encourage folks to use the chat box too, to talk about any kind of responses to these questions, and maybe we can capture these questions and put them in the chat so people can be thinking about it. Also, we can send out a note to everybody after this with these questions too. Well, one of the reasons that we had, and so I guess I'm going to take up your last minute, Andy. One of the reasons that we wanted Pew to talk today is this is a really great example of that public-private partnership that helps launch or get a project launched or take it across the finish line. And they can provide those pieces where local government, sometimes that's what stops things from moving forward. And Pew has been a really great partner. There are others, but we thought with some of the work that Pew's been doing, as particularly recently in the estuaries and down in Coos Bay, that this would be a really great example of how we need to start. We already have been, but how we need to further start looking beyond just those federal or state dollars. They're just going to become harder and harder to find, and these partnerships can really help facilitate progress. So I really want to thank you, Annie, personally, but also Pew, as people, as an entity that has been very, very beneficial for our folks on the coast.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just want to emphasize that we're here, we're working in this space. We want to continue to be helpful. We're interested in learning more. So please feel free to reach out to myself and my colleague Bobby if you want to talk. Yeah, and just thank you so much for your time. I'll be sure to drop a bunch of links in the chat as well as this contact info.
Super, thank you, Annie.
Yeah,
And if there's more, if people have other questions or feel like they want even more in depth, this is something that we could carry to the fall meeting too. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
So Jenna, you're going to take us across the finish line here. And I understand you wanted this to be more of a conversation. We did pose questions to folks who are attending today in advance so that you could have, so people could at least be thinking a little bit about what might be helpful in moving this conversation forward. And so you can take it until 3:30, and then we'll just take a couple minutes after that to wrap up and be good. And again, folks, if this is something we need more on, we can help facilitate a webinar or further discussion in the fall, but this is a good first step or second step. So take it away, Jenna.
Great. Well, thank you. And I do have a short presentation, but yeah, I do want to make sure I leave time at the end for discussion from you all. And thanks for sending in the questions in advance. Hopefully you all have had a chance to look at those and start thinking about them. But one moment while I share my screen. Okay. So yeah, and again, hi everyone, my name is Jenna Hughes. I'm a housing and growth management analyst within the housing division at DLCD. And so today I'm going to be talking about House Bill 2138, which was passed last year. And in particular, I'll be talking, focusing more on the rulemaking that will be kicking off soon, focused on middle housing. Yeah, I do have a few slides, but they'll be brief, really just kind of going over what's in House Bill 2138 and what's in the rulemaking scope. But I'm hoping to spend the remaining time hearing from you all and your experience with middle housing so far. And a couple the questions that were sent out are also posted here, so you can start thinking about them as I go along. All right, so before we dive into the main bill, I thought I'd just briefly kind of give an overview of some key bills that have come before and set the stage for where we are now. So the first major milestone in terms of middle housing was House Bill 2001, which was passed in 2019. And this bill was really monumental in terms of allowing for duplexes and other middle housing types statewide in zones that allow single detached housing. This applies to large cities and medium-sized cities, as outlined on the slide. And DLCD also adopted administrative rules shortly after, along with a middle housing model code to support compliance with the bill. Later in 2023, a couple other bills were passed, which extended the requirements to allow duplexes to cities above 2,500 in population. and all middle housing requirements to cities and unincorporated communities in Tillamook County. House Bill 3395 in particular also required local governments to allow single room occupancies, or SROs, in zones that allow single detached housing. So that really brings us to the bill that we're discussing today, House Bill 2138, passed in 2025, which extended middle housing requirements to all counties in regard to urban unincorporated land. So that is land within a UGB, zoned for residential use, but not incorporated into a city. Counties do have until June 30th of this year to request an infrastructure-based time extension. So just a heads up on that if anyone was planning to submit that extension. And more generally, House Bill 2138 broadened allowances for middle housing, which I'll go over in more detail on the next slide. So the bill covers a range of topics, but most notably is focused on middle housing. It includes updated definitions for middle housing types to allow for more flexible configurations for both attached and detached units. And the local governments I named in the previous slide are required to amend their codes or apply the Middle Housing Model Code by January 1st of 2027. The bill also limits traffic impact analyses and allows bonus units for affordable and accessible units. In terms of middle housing land divisions, the bill requires local governments to allow an expedited review process, as well as a consolidated middle housing land division and subdivision or partition review. And the bill also includes other housing laws outlined on this slide related to SROs in terms of the number of units that are allowed and parameters for how much parking a local government can require for this type of housing. It also requires tree removal codes for housing development be clear and objective, and invalidates existing conditions, covenants, and restrictions that prohibit middle housing or accessory dwelling units. And lastly, the bill directs the Land Conservation and Development Commission to adopt rules by January 1st of 2028. So in terms of what's in the scope for this rulemaking, the rules must address everything on this slide. So that includes siting and design standards for middle housing and other housing types, including prefabricated and manufactured dwellings. The rules must establish a framework for determining unreasonable costs and delay of standards applied to accessory dwelling units and SROs. The rules must revise allowable discretionary criteria that can be applied to housing development, and also develop a statewide model system development charge methodology. And that includes submitting a report to the legislature by July of 2028. So really the overall intent and direction of the rulemaking is to improve efficiency of the development process and increase overall production and affordability of middle housing, ADUs, and SROs. The first middle housing bill, House Bill 2001, was a good start, but now that it's been several years since its passage, what are those opportunities to remove barriers to developing middle housing? So this is a snapshot of the timeline for the rulemaking. It's currently split up into two phases, and that's because some conforming amendments will need to be made to the rules in order to be consistent with the definitions that were updated. And that's so that'll be in place by that deadline of January 1st of 2027. But later this summer, we'll be kicking off phase 2, which will cover everything else in the rulemaking scope that is more policy-based, including the siting and design standards. So those rules will be adopted in December of 2027 with an effective date sometime after. And lastly, as mentioned earlier, that model SDC methodology and report must be published by July 1st of 2028. So that's that last star there. All right, so that was a very brief presentation. I'm happy to take any questions before we jump into discussion, but otherwise I'm hoping to hear from you all if anyone would like to answer one or both of these questions in terms of what trends and or barriers are you seeing for middle housing development in your community? Thank you.
There is a question. Do you see the question? So HB 2138 eliminates CCNRs. That's the question. That doesn't seem legal for someone who purchased property with strict CCNRs to no longer be enforceable.
House Bill 2138, yeah, there's a section of the bill that invalidates CCNRs that specifically that restrict middle housing development and ADUs. So not necessarily all CCNRs, but if the zone allows for middle housing development and there's a CCNR that prevents that from happening, that is invalidated. And was there another question? Or maybe there was a hand.
There is Melissa Yank.
Yeah, and you may not have an answer for this. It's kind of a gray area, and I will be honest, I am not super knowledgeable about the whole clear and objective standards basis. I know Tillamook County, we had our ordinance recently reviewed by DLCD and HAPO just for compliance with the middle housing updates. But we trying to be not super specific because this project, we're not sure if it's happening, but essentially we have a zone that is not a residential zone. It's a commercial zone. It's not an urban growth boundary. It's not in a community that allows conditionally for residential development. Can we take it through a conditional use review because there's discretionary criteria? But now we have rulemaking that basically says is if it's non-resource land, you have to have clear and objective standards, but I have conditional use criteria and a conditional use process in order to get there. But this is not a residential zone, but it is a non-resource zone.
That's a great question, Melissa. So part of the rulemaking scope that we'll be exploring over the next year and change is looking at that discretionary criteria and what's allowed. So those are some of the conversations we'll be having.
Great. Okay. So what do we do in the meantime when they come in now? Ignore it?
I guess, yeah, it would just be whatever's in statute now. So that's 197A.
Right.
I want to say 400 is the clear and objective statute, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I think rightfully so, this team is getting their own land use lawyers involved with the project and had brought this clear and objective. So like they were challenging whether or not we could even do the conditional use. It's like, well, otherwise this zone wouldn't even allow for the residential development. So we're kind of in this very awkward area. So happy to test those waters. We'll let everybody know how it works out.
Yeah, and you said, Melissa, you've been in touch with HAPO because I think they're kind of like our point people when it comes to housing laws.
Not with this project specifically, unless
Okay.
Director Absher had sent it off before she had left this week. We had just met with that team early last week about this. So when I mentioned HAPA, it was back when we did our ordinance review for compliance with the Middle Housing Code updates at the time when we were adopting them. And so then we were looking them against some of these standards, and this was not brought up as an area of concern during that review. So that's the other part of this is wasn't brought up originally when we were doing our ordinance review, but it is a good point that the lawyer's making. So we just want to make sure we're crossing our T's.
Hey, Melissa and Jenna. Melissa, is this the school site?
Yes.
Okay. So Sarah was at a meeting last week with Sean Edging from HAPO, and
Oh,
she
good.
brought this up in passing. Also, 2138 passed after your code update work was done. So this is newly applied legislation that came about after you updated your code. So yeah, but I was in a meeting with Sarah last week where this was brought up and passed.
Okay. So sounds like she's already working on figuring out what we're gonna do. Great. Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Particularly around barriers, but oh, we've got in Lincoln City, barriers include resistance from older, more traditional residents, of course, and planning commissioners, demands of tourism for units that can be used as short-term rentals and therefore sold at higher prices. So those are two barriers that Lincoln City called out.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, because some of what we're going to be exploring during the rulemaking is, what are those barriers? Because, we're charged with amending any siting and design standards or, defining what it means to cause unreasonable cost and delay to the development process. And so better understanding like, what are those pinch points? What are we solving for? And getting some examples locally is always helpful. Anthony.
So it's not really, it's going to be more towards number two, your primary barriers to middle housing development. It wasn't really a barrier. So with our ARPA funds, we decided to create an ADU rebate program, where if you built an ADU, we would reimburse up to $10,000 of the cost of your ADU. And it was quite a few people that actually jumped on it. We did like 12 of them. So is there any way that maybe there's funding out there that you can recoup some of your cost for if you create extra housing?
Yeah, I love that idea, Anthony. And thinking about reducing barriers, also just how to incentivize, because that's the overall goal is like, some middle housing types, as Andrea, from that comment, a lot of maybe they're just like not as popular right now. And so how can we incentivize more housing options? Because a lot of times people are just like, they're just not used to seeing certain middle housing types or ADUs in their community. And just ways to incentivize that more, I think, are always helpful.
Are there other ways that you're going to be collecting comments to these kind of questions, Jenna?
Great question. So we are in the midst of putting together a rulemaking advisory committee, and this is part of the one of the questions we'll be discussing at our first rulemaking advisory committee meeting, tentatively in mid-August, though that might get pushed back just depending on when we can bring our consultant on board. But really this first stage is just kind of like information gathering. Now that it's been a few years, we're starting to see some middle housing in certain communities, but it's been pretty slow outside of, I would say, the Portland metro region. And so just understanding how we can kind of increase that over based on this rulemaking. Yeah.
Anne Marie?
Yeah, I was gonna say Oregon has done a really good job. The state legislature has done a really good job passing all of these mandates to remove barriers. Having worked from coast to coast and in the Midwest, I will tell you that the barriers are the same everywhere. It's not just Oregon, it's not just the coast, it's not just Portland, it's not just Grants Pass or La Grande. It's everywhere in the United States, the barriers are the same. So no one wants it. No one wants middle housing. No one wants affordable housing. No one wants transitional housing. No one wants residential homes. No one wants it. They say that. They may say that they do want it and they're supportive of it, but as soon as a proposal comes forward and it's next to them, then they are the first to be at the public hearing protesting, and that it's nationwide. I have seen it in every place that I've worked. So that leads me back to Oregon has done a good job of mandating removal of those barriers. So even, but then the next problem comes down to, and this goes to incentivizing. Once you've removed all the barriers and you've said, okay, this type of housing needs to be allowed in every zone that provides residential, everything has to be clear and objective, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It then comes down to who builds housing? Developers. Do developers build housing if they don't make money? No, they don't. So when they have to extend a lot of sewer, extend a lot of water, install a lot of streets, put in all the infrastructure, which they do everywhere. I mean, every jurisdiction that I worked in requires that the developer do that infrastructure because cities don't have the money to do it. That stops development. If they can't, if they don't make enough, a certain percentage of profit, they aren't going to do the development, even if there's absolutely no land use barrier. If they get the land for free, so this is what I've found, and this is what I've, the last place I worked, I updated their entire housing analysis. And so did a bunch of research on all sorts of statistics from the US Census, from construction associations, et cetera, et cetera. Land almost needs to be free or given to them. What I found in places that were having success in getting a lot of housing development, the jurisdictions had a land bank. And they were giving the land to the developer under certain conditions. Conditions were you build X number of affordable units. And so they tied the amount of the land to the amount of affordable units. So for instance, if the entire project was affordable or workforce housing, they got the land for free. And then they and you know, jurisdictions did it differently with the different percentages, but those were the communities that were getting the housing. So that was one incentive. The other incentive was either eliminating or greatly reducing exactions and systems development charges. And the city was, the jurisdiction was doing the infrastructure themselves. That way the developer could make money. And those were the communities that were getting housing. Those are my thoughts.
That's really helpful. And I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts. And you know, it's interesting. I attended a presentation by Metro a couple weeks ago where they talked about middle housing barriers limited to the metro region. And I thought, oh, maybe I'll hear something different in this conversation today, but it's really not. As you said, it's kind of the same barriers everywhere. Infrastructure, you know, land. Yeah, if the city were to waive SDCs or pay for infrastructure, like that would greatly reduce barriers enough to get middle housing built. You know, middle housing may not be popular in certain communities, or maybe there's just straight up opposition. And so that really echoes a lot of, you know, what I had been hearing before.
And then Cynthia put a note in there. She said you could answer her via email if you were, when you have a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, well, I know we're probably out of time, but I really appreciate you all allowing me to come present with you today and discuss some of your thoughts around middle housing, and stay tuned for more. You know, again, we'll be formally kicking off later this summer, but we'll be trying to provide updates to regional reps to make sure that you all stay informed throughout that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who put together presentations today. Thank you everybody for attending. This was a great turnout. I know it asks a lot of you to be here, but hopefully it's worth your time, and the fact everybody keeps showing up, I hope that's a good sign. We will be seeing you in Florence in the fall, but in the meantime, we'll send all of the presentations that were put together today. We'll send that out to everybody. We've got a couple things that folks identified as maybe some follow-ups that we'll send out as well. And I do encourage you to talk amongst one another, to use Hui and Brett. And of course, the whole coastal team is here as a resource for you. And do not hesitate to reach out. There's a lot going on. And we know capacity is at max. And to the extent that we can help you, that is our goal. So have a wonderful summer. We'll be seeing each and every one of you in different places, but until we come back together, have a great summer, and we will see you in the fall. Thank you. And it's nice